What's up, everybody? Welcome to the place to be. It's the Poindexter Lounge. And tonight, who knows? Maybe my mouth will get me in a little bit of trouble, right? What that mouth do? That mouth gets you in trouble sometimes. With certain people. Oh well, they get a little butt hurt, but they're watching. They're all watching. All right, tonight we're going to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about James Gunn and Jay OLIVA. Because what do they know anyways, right? I mean, they only work in the business. They're only working, they've only worked for DC or currently work for DC. They don't seem to think the Netflix thing is, in the cards right now. I don't know. We can talk about it. You want to talk about it? I'm interested to hear you guys' opinions as to what do you think? I mean, do you think that this could happen? Do you think that Zack Snyder's world will unfold on Netflix? Maybe just stay right where it is in waiting mode. Also tonight, rumor is that The Flash is amazing. There's been a lot of talk about The Flash just being absolutely amazing. And some are now saying that it's because of Ezra Miller's performance. Some have said that no, Ezra Miller, they're going to shy away from even using Ezra Miller in any of the promo stuff, and they're going to try to make you forget that Ezra Miller is even in the thing, right? And then now, like I said, there's these reports that say, it could be really great because of Ezra Miller. What say you? We are going to dive into all that and more. Who knows what we're going to get into tonight, because you know what? It is the Poindexter Lounge. We all know you never know what is going to happen in the Poindexter Lounge. So stay tuned, kick back, grab a beverage, grab a treat, and let's get ready for a fun night together, shall we? Here we go.
Give me a bottle of anything and a glazed donut. To go.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. Except no substitutes. Hey, welcome. It is great to have you with me here in the lounge tonight. If this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and all of us can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things get you excited, then guess what? You done found the right place. That's right. This is the place for all those things and for a little bit of fun along the way. If you don't have a stick up your butt and you're okay with laughing at yourself or not taking yourself so seriously, you know, and having to be right about everything. We don't always have to be the right one, you know. Doesn't always have to be that way. But hey, welcome to the lounge. If this is your first time, just know that we are glad that you are here. So please consider hitting that subscribe button and becoming one of us. All right, becoming a lounger, as it were. Also, just you know, it's great to come and be here with you guys. Special thank you to everyone who watches the show. Very, very grateful for all of you. You guys are fantastic, and I can't ever tell you guys enough how much it makes me happy that you guys stop by the lounge. And you know, look, if we always, I know it's crazy, but we get hate watchers too, for some reason. And if you are a hate watcher, just know you are welcome as well. And you know what? Most times, if you just want to have a decent conversation, usually, you know, works out all that stuff. You know, there's lots of people that at one point I didn't like that now I like a lot. And there's a couple people that I liked a lot that now I don't care for so much. But you know, that's just how it goes. And so, but hey, please consider hitting that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and joining this group of nerds. All right. That being said, I do want to say a special thank you to all of those who support the lounge in other ways. Thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. You know, the fact that anybody would put that their hard-earned money behind what we do just blows me away, and it makes me feel special, and I appreciate that. And of course, all the members, with membership, you get all kinds of cool, fun stuff like some videos that nobody else can see. And then, of course, you also get emoticons that you can use during the show and other things. And then, of course, thank you to all those who give super chats. It really means the world to us. It helps us keep the lights on here. It helps us keep things going, and appreciate it. And some of you guys actually do this. You guys take advantage of this. You guys don't want YouTube to get any of the proceeds, and so you say, hey, how can I give to you directly? And so there are those options down below. Also, the Hall of Fame is coming up. The Poindexter Hall of Fame, Poindexter Lounge Hall of Fame. Right now, H. Bartz is the only person in the Poindexter Hall of Fame, but that's going to be changing here very soon. Look forward very soon to the announcement of the new class, this year's class of entrance into the Poindexter Lounge Hall of Fame. We got a whole class going in this time. We got several people going in, including our very first ever celebrity in our celebrity wing of the Poindexter Lounge Hall of Fame. So look forward to that. There'll be an announcement coming soon, and we will be doing that in March. So a lot of fun there for the Hall of Fame coming up. And then, of course, don't forget we do have a store where you can get some T-shirts and mugs and hoodies and all that good stuff. And yeah, be a part of that, all right? Because we would love for you to take advantage of that. There's lots of cool stuff there, all right? That also, don't forget to support BullySticksDirect.com. That's right, BullySticksDirect.com. Our good friends over there, my good friend Greg, he's going to be coming on the show at some point and talking about Bully Sticks Direct. Now, Bully Sticks Direct, you say, what is that? Well, it's a great company that makes different various chews and treats for your dog. You can see here, there's all kinds of different things. There's Bully Sticks, the original Bully Sticks that are kind of like a chewy, stick, meaty stick, or tendon stick that your dogs will just absolutely love. But there's braided ones. There's actual tendons. They got a ton of different chews. They got these braided Bully Sticks that are great if your dogs just like chew on stuff and they just go through it really quick, like my dogs. You can get them something like that, and they just absolutely love it. But there's all these different categories of things, but also here's some things to think about. They're all natural. All right, they're all natural, preservative free, no added hormones or antibiotics at all. I think that's pretty cool. Also, there's a single source supplier for quality and consistency, and it's all natural, like I said, and preservative free. And of course, I love this, that up here at the top, you can lock in 10% savings with convenient auto ship, but they've got a telephone number right here. So, so if you ever do have an issue, if something, if a carrier doesn't deliver it on time or whatever, you can call, you can find out what's going on. And there's all kinds of different varieties. There's braided, collagen, gullet, tendons, chews, turkey, pork, and everything else. And of course, they just had this one just passed. It was 15% off for puppy love for Valentine's Day. So that one is passed, but you can save 10% by using code Poindexter. Please use code Poindexter at checkout and get 10% off. You can also save money by doing auto ship. There's all kinds of different ways that you can save money on this, but also follow us over on YouTube, right here on YouTube, actually, Bully Sticks Direct, and then on Instagram as well, Bully Sticks Direct, and TikTok, Bully Sticks Direct, and Facebook. They're on all the social medias, but I handle the TikTok and the YouTube. We make fun videos with the dogs, and they absolutely love it. And so, like I said, there's all kinds of fun stuff. Why Bully Sticks? It alleviates boredom, lessens anxiety. It's for fun. It's healthy. It's safe. Your dogs are going to love it. And you as a pet owner, here's something cool. Visit BullySticksDirect.com. And you'll notice here, down where is it here? Is it at the bottom? Yeah, they got the blog here. The blog is really great because this is a way for you to actually help your dogs in different ways. So, like here, they got different topics: dog breeds that thrive during the winter months, brain train your dog, fun, stimulating training tips from Bully Sticks Direct, a guide to your dog's mental health. Yeah, your dog's mental health, man. My Harley Quinn, boy, she definitely shows it sometimes. She's got anxiety and she's got some various things, but it's great to be able to have, these resources and be able to talk to somebody about it, and read about it and see what's going on, with your dog and the ways that you can help your dog. So go check out BullySticksDirect.com. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Also, don't forget our giveaway. We just gave this bad boy away right here, the Raphael action figure. This goes to O, and I will get that out to you. So this is going to be a really cool thing for O. And so I got a couple of things to send out this week, and some hoodies and T-shirts to make sure to get out to our members. But now look, the next giveaway is over here in a pile. I got a ton of stuff on top of it. I got to pull it out. But you all remember my 10-inch Superman, right? You all know the 10-inch Superman. It's basically a Funko Pop, but it's one of the great big ones, Well, I'm not giving away a 10-inch Superman, but I am giving away a 10-inch He-Man. That's right. We will be giving away a giant He-Man Funko Pop. He's right over here. You can be able to get in that. All you got to do is become a member, or give a super chat, or give to the channel in any kind of way, become a patron, whatever, and you are automatically in the running for our giveaway. And like I said, right now, our giveaway will be the giant He-Man Funko Pop. So that's a cool giveaway. It really is a cool giveaway. If you like Funko Pops at all and you like He-Man, there you go. There you go. So join the membership, do the thing, and have some fun with that. I think that's about it as far as that stuff. I will get to real quick our Betty White-ism of the night. We'll start the night off right with our Betty White-ism. Tiffany bought me this little book, and I just absolutely love to read the little quotes from Betty White. All right, here we go. Here we go. I am still to this day starstruck. I look out at this audience, and I see so many famous faces. But what really boggles my mind is that I actually know many of you, and I've worked with quite a few, maybe had a couple, and you know who you are. Betty White. I think we read that one before, so I'll read another one right now. She says, I just want to bring as much natural as I can. I'm not saying the people who take acting lessons are false. They're much better than I am, but it doesn't work for me. Sometimes some natural ability is one of the best things you can have. All right. Hey, why don't you invite somebody to come watch the show right now? Why don't you go do that? Share it on social media real quick. Poindexter Lounge is on live, and you should be here. Yes, Cherie, calm down. Yes, a 10-inch He-Man. Boy, look at the skirt go up. Yes, all right. But, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me a young lady who I like having around. She's fun. She's funny. She gets the job done, folks. You either love her or hate her. There she is. Saggy Melons. What's going on, Saggy?
That was the longest commercial I have ever watched in my entire life.
Oh, dear Lord.
What's up, everybody?
Complain about everything.
That was
Saggy gonna last? Is Saggy gonna last long here on the show tonight? Let's see. What is it? What does the 8-ball say? Magic 8-ball says. What does the Magic 8-ball say? What the heck? This Magic 8-ball is like so weird, man. The water's
it's old. It's getting old.
The water's like so freaking dark, man. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to get my phone out here. Hold on. Oh, it says concentrate and ask again. Okay, Magic 8-ball. Is Saggy gonna last long on the show tonight with that attitude? Outlook good, so there you go.
See?
Hey, man, I love Bully Sticks Direct, man. Those are good people, and
I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but like that was like that infomercial. It's funny because I did a stream earlier today talking about grifters, and I'm just like, oh my Lord.
That's not grifting. That's my friends, man. I'm serious. Go buy some Bully Sticks. Go buy some Bully Sticks from Bully Sticks Direct. Look at there. We got a new subscriber. Awesome. Welcome. Castillos.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Well.
Welcome. Yes, 8-ball knows what's good for it. It knows that it's not going to get very far if Saggy gets mad. You know what? I wish that I had a 10-inch Betty White. Who said
what?
Hold on. Because hold on a second. I was going through here. I saw somebody say something about like where's the 10-inch Betty White. That's funny. I can't find it now. Darth Scipio says here, hey Enosh, some of us don't agree with you on everything, but we love your channel. As long as everyone has respect to each other, everything should be okay. Oh yeah, you know what? That's my thing. Is like, you don't have to all agree with me. That's fine. We don't have to all share the same, the same everything. But it's always good that we're able to come together. You don't agree?
I don't agree with you.
Why? Why you got to be a jerk about it, Saggy?
Why not? It's just an opinion.
Well, I don't like your opinion, so there you go. What you been up to today, Saggy?
Not much. Just doing what I usually do, ticking off people online, and just ticking people off online. My bread and butter.
Just ticking the people off online, huh? That's it?
I mean, yeah. I don't live a very eventful life.
No?
You would think I was a drama YouTuber. I would have an eventful life.
Yeah,
No,
I would.
Not really.
I would.
No, not at all. My online life is more
No crazy
entertaining.
escapades. No like getting down and dirty. Ooh,
Yes,
Dana.
no,
Yeah,
no.
you know what? I hear your can opening, and I'll match you. There you go.
I
I'm
need
on
my energy
camera.
drink. I need my energy drink. And it's funny because we
But
both
I'm
have
on
an energy
camera.
drink.
I know, but I'm on
Is that
camera.
is that Rockstar?
It is. It is a Rockstar. But you know, I
What?
like these. They got this Rockstar Recovery here,
Mm-hmm.
and I like this because it's not carbonated.
Really?
Yeah, and because I had bariatric surgery a few years ago, I'm not really supposed to drink carbonated beverages. So what's nice about
Oh.
this is it's an energy drink, but it's not. Yeah, it's not carbonated. And they got three different kinds. They got regular lemonade, which is all right. They got orange, which is really good, and then they just started this with strawberry lemonade. And so
Okay.
strawberry,
Well,
but but you can't really taste the lemonade. You only taste the strawberry, really.
I don't even drink energy drinks for energy. I drink it for the flavor. Because everyone's like, "Oh, why are you drinking an energy drink at like 12 o'clock at night?" I'm like, "Cause it's a drink to me now. I drink so
Right.
much of this stuff. It's just a regular drink."
I feel you on that. I definitely feel you on that. Coffee does exactly what I want coffee to do, but I am really bummed. Everybody sees me with my big black coffee, thing here, and I'm a little bummed now because I left it at the hospital and it's gone.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rip.
It's like become a thing, man. People know me for my big long black tube of a coffee thing, and coffee cup. And
I know what you were trying to do, but
mm,
yeah, you already kind of spoiled it with the coffee thing. You had me the first time with the big black,
oh, I
and I
did
was like,
have you the first time. Okay,
you had me the first time, but then you said, yeah, the BBC, the big black coffee.
big black coffee.
I can't take credit for that. That was you do suck. That was credit due to you.
Yeah,
You
okay,
do suck.
okay, yeah. But yeah, so I've done that. So I got Tiffany's Stranger Things one here, and so I'm gonna have to go back and buy another thermos,
Another BBC.
another BBC. We'll get another BBC.
Oh Lord.
I want to say hi to a couple people. What's up, Todd Fair? There's my guy right there. Todd Fair says Marvel is the gold standard. Ant-Man 3 is the best movie of the year until the next MCU movie comes out. I don't know, Todd. I haven't talked to my kid yet. I almost went to go see Ant-Man 3. It's Ant-Man. Wait, hold on. Are we on Ant-Man 3?
Ant Man Quantum something. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah,
third
it
one.
is Ant-Man 3. So here's the thing, though. It's not doing very good as far as the reviews go. Just saying.
It's because
Um,
probably people expected more from it.
yeah, I think Kang is an interesting villain to put there with what's his name's Ant-Man. Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd is funny. He's all those things, and it's kind of weird putting him up against such a kind of a serious villain. So I don't know how that's gonna work, but
Well,
it's okay.
I was told that because I didn't get spoilers and this isn't spoilers, but I guess the post credit scene is like the big deal, like the big thing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, of course, because it's a Marvel movie. You sit there 2 hours to get to the setup for the next movie.
Yeah.
Yusef says Ant-Man 3 is a miss. Uh-oh. Anthony Beltrace here. Anthony, you have the link. You are welcome to come in. This is What Up, Enosh. I hope the Flash movie is a great movie. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be good, Anthony.
We don't need
La-
Anthony.
yeah, Laser Luke says, "What's going on, my friend? How are you and how's life? Life is good, man. Life is good. I don't have to work tomorrow. We had an ice storm tonight, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to stream, man. I'm going to stream and I'm going to go back to my old time slot, of midnight.
No time slot of very late.
Yeah. Very late. But Tiff-tastic, the wonderful Tiff-tastic, is home. She is upstairs. She is resting. She's doing very good. I want to say a special thank you to everyone who said a prayer or sent, a note or just sent some good energy to us or whatever yesterday. Tiffany did have surgery yesterday. She's good. She had some things removed from her body, but fortunately, not all the stuff was removed, and so she's doing really well though, and there were no issues, no complications, and she'll be in a whole lot less pain now going forward, and so very very happy for that. And so thank you to everyone who shared that, whether on social media and stuff. You guys shared the love with us. What's up, Jared? What's up? You do suck. Good to see you. 12 a.m. more like 1 a.m. What? What's up, Kenneth? Says, hey, Nash, hope you're doing well. Those 4K steel books for the Superman Christopher Reeve and 5-film collection really look good. Hope to get them by April. And Oliva stating facts as always. So, have you seen that, Saggy?
No.
Have you? So they're releasing the Christopher Reeve movies again, but it's supposed to be like 4K, and I just have no. I'm sorry, Kenneth. I know that people are saying they look cool, but it's just like the packaging that it seems like is cool. It's the same exact movies, and it's only the theatrical stuff. So like Superman the movie, it's not the extended version or whatever. Yeah, they're in 4K, but I got a feeling they're going to release them again at some point with something else. The packaging, the outside packaging doesn't look that great sometimes, and it's got a couple books in it and stuff, but like I wouldn't pay all that money just for that. Plus I got like several copies of it, but I get it. Kenneth's a big Superman fan, so I get it. Black Ops is saying Flash is going to be better than Ant-Man. Ooh, not hard to do.
It's gonna be. It's definitely. I can tell you right now. It's definitely gonna be.
Oh my gosh, Anchorman's here says I still don't understand this Netflix narrative for the Snyderverse. Well, we'll get into that here in just a second.
Oof.
Todd says it's great. Says great. Dartskipio is here. Vince is here. What's up, Vince? Says I saw Ant-Man Quantum Mania earlier. 8 out of 10 for me. There you go. Zeno's here. What's up? Zeno says Ant-Man 3 promotes communism.
Oh my god.
So tell me this, Saggy, are you aware of the Superman comic Red Sun?
Yes.
Okay. I think I made a mistake. I bought a Superman Red Sun t-shirt. And I brought it home and I was like all excited about it because it's like the Superman Red Sun thing, And I wasn't thinking about it when I bought it. But then I got it home and everybody looked at me and they're like, are you going to wear that? And I was like, well, yeah, it's super. And then I was like, oh, crap. It's like the hammer and the sickle thing. And like, there's like Russia. I was like, dang, I'm going to get canceled for that now, man. Just wearing the Superman Red Sun shirt, like you just can't win.
No, you can't. You can't ever win.
You can't watch Dukes of Hazzard. You can't like Superman Red Sun. You can't
like anything anymore.
I swear to God, man, it's getting to that point, What's up, Jalen? Good to see you, Jalen. Who else is here? Let's see. Todd's all about it. What's up, Jay Sinise says I am here. What's up, Enosh and everyone? It's a good night, man. It's a good night to just chill back and kind of talk about some of this stuff, and we'll get into a couple of these things. Just a minute. You Do Suck is here. Always good to see You Do Suck. William is here. What's up, William? Says, another 40-minute music. That wasn't not a 40-minute musical lead. It was, jeez, man.
Longest commercial ever.
William saw the new Winnie the Pooh thing. Hopefully, maybe we'll get him in here in a little while. Did I spill something on myself?
Movie I'm interested in that nobody's talking about that I think is something people need to be talking about.
Creamer on
Cocaine Bear.
Oh, dude, I am so there next week. I'm sorry. I over everything. I want to see the Winnie the Pooh thing. I want to see that. William saw it earlier, and I want to see that. He saw it yesterday, and so maybe you can come in and give us a review, William. But Cocaine Bear is way up at the top of my list, man. I have got to see Cocaine Bear like nothing else, man. That's the movie right there right now for me. Yes, I want to see Quantum Mania because I really do like the Ant-Man movies because I really do. I love Paul Rudd. But, yeah. Cocaine Bear looks awesome.
My boyfriend talked about it. He's like, we got to see us like Cocaine Bear. And he's like, look at the trailer. He's like, you got to go in there. He's like, I don't know. But I might. Just to have something to do.
It's funny. What's up, Hal? Good to see you, man. Thank you for promoting the subscribe button for sure. What's up? Spherical Man is here. It says Cult of Personality Hits. Looks at his invisible watch. It's clobbering time. I love that reference, man. That's awesome. What's up, Aaron? Aaron is here. Aaron Pritchard. Let's see. Oh, Venom. What's up? Good to see you, Venom. 187 is in the house. What's going on? What's up, Draga? Let's see. Jason. Hey, Jason Williams over on Facebook. What's going on, Jason? He says, I want to be a Hall of Famer. All right, man. We'll see what we could do. We'll see what we could do. This year's voting is done, though. What's up, Monkey Jeebus? Good to see you. It says, is the celebrity Baby Yoda? No, the celebrity's not Baby Yoda going into the Hall of Fame. Cherie is here. It's always good to see everybody here. Anyways, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, Cirrus is here. Good to see you, Cirrus.
30 minutes in.
Oh, shut up.
At least you're here. At least you're here
up.
this time.
Jeez. I'll try to check in just a minute. Yeah, you know what? Look, we have fun here. I like welcoming people. What's up? Michelle Obama is here. What's up, Michelle Obama? Good to see you. I'm sure. Yes. Draga wants to know when he can leave your basement.
Never. He's there forever. That is his home now. You went that far behind?
Yeah, I'm that far behind. Am I that far behind? What's up,
Yeah.
Keely Chow? Integrity 101 is here. You know what, Integrity? We got to do that Superman watch party thing. I definitely got to get on that. I'm trying to get back into this. I'm trying to rebrand. We're going to have some rebrand. We got some new logo coming, a new intro that'll be done, and I can't wait to kick all that off here coming up. So when we do that, Integrity, we'll do the watch party for sure.
William,
what are you laughing about?
William's comment is just over behind, but I'll just read it to you. He says, I'll be on later to give you a Pooh review. And I'm like, phrasing, William, phrasing. I don't know if we want your Pooh review.
I'm just imagining William standing up and looking back at it and going, yeah, it's brown.
It's browner than normal.
It's got hints of chocolate and coffee. It's a little bit of corn.
What the hell did I eat today?
But I don't remember eating corn. I don't remember eating corn, but there's some corn in there. Yeah, a nice little green tint. What's up, Eat My Taco says, hey, Enosh, are you still going to watch all the Fast and the Furious movies? Fast X is coming this May. So I watched the first one. Have you watched all the Fast and the Furious movies, Saggy?
No, I stopped after the last one that Paul Walker was in.
Yeah, so I just finally watched the first one. And it was just kind of like, for me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was like,
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The first one was obviously the best one. But
well, I'm trying to give this sucker away. Like, everybody talks about it like it's so great. But, like, I did a giveaway for the first 7 movies on Blu-ray, and apparently nobody wanted it because I picked a winner, and they never sent me a message to claim it. So I still got to give this away. Does anybody want the Fast and the Furious movies 1 through 7 on Blu-ray? Because I don't need them. I got a friend who has a Plex, and he's got all the Fast and the Furious movies. So, Tupac Shakur is here. $2 super chat. But we got everybody. We got Michelle Obama. We got Tupac now, and he says,
James
I'm alive.
James Gunn's here. A lot of them are here.
Is he? Is James Gunn here? Okay.
James Gunn is here.
Yes. Pac loves Poindexter Lounge. That sounds like a t-shirt. What's up, Willie Jackson? Good to see you, Willie. Big black coffee. Laser Luke has a question. Is energy drinks better than coffee for the Magic 8 Ball? Yes. Magic 8 Ball. And Laser Luke, I love you because usually it's reserved. The Magic 8 Ball is usually only reserved for those who give a super chat because it's my way of grifting.
It's true. It's actually true.
So we're gonna rub it around the outside right there.
Oh my God.
Is that working for you, Saggy?
No, it's doing the opposite. I just think I went flaccid.
Really? That doesn't do anything for you?
Stop! I can't. This is not. Guys,
It's the 8 ball. It's the 8 ball. Listen, it's the 8 ball. It gets the 8 ball in the mood so that it gives us a nice reading. Okay, Magic 8 ball. Are energy drinks better than coffee? And the Magic 8 ball says, yes, may rely on it. I don't know if I agree with that. But coffee's kind of a placebo for me. It just kind of does what I want it to do. If I wanted coffee to chill me out and make me feel good and everything, it does. Fourth 1000 is here. Says there's an Ant-Man 3. James Gunn is here. Says Todd, LOL. Yes, and then let's see. H Parts is here. What's up, H Parts? Says Point Extra Lounge, maybe less jokes would help the MCU out in the long run. I think it would help us all out in the long run. So for sure. I get tired of the jokes. I like jokes, but I just feel like there's too much emphasis on jokes sometimes in that world. H Bart's here also with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says, I think when Superman died in BVS, it would have been better if Batman made a fart joke to lighten the mood. Kind of like on South Park. South Park did that this week. Every time they do the Canadian thing, it's always farts versus queefs. And they were talking, they were, Ike was watching the funeral coverage of the Queen, and it had like one of the princes came and farted in what's her name's face. It's kind of funny. Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Rational Skeptic. I don't know if I got to you, but hey Enosh, did you hear Gunn's comments regarding his Superman DC fans got upset? Which comments? Maybe not. We're gonna look at his Twitter though. So was it on his Twitter? I don't know. Which comment, Rational? What's up, Tim Possible? Tim Possible is here. Good to see you. What's up, Jomton? What's going on? The Dork Knight is here. I work for Marvel. I'm so glad you got that job, Dork Knight. Says, I work for Marvel, so I'll see Ant-Man soon. But this weekend, I'm going to watch Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey this weekend. Rock on. Wait, hold on. You work for Marvel and you're going to skip the newest Marvel movie? For Pooh.
For Pooh.
For Pooh.
Give us a review on Pooh.
There it is. I'll be in later to give you a Pooh review. Dat Dude Vince with a $2 super chat says, I want to see Air, the Michael Jordan Nike movie by Affleck. I want to see that too. That looks good. Have you seen the things for that?
What is it?
It's called Air. It's about Michael Jordan and did I say Michael Jackson?
I hope so, because that'd be great.
That would be great. Michael Jordan and Nike. And
oh no!
It's like,
I heard about something like that, but I didn't. Interesting.
Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. Actually, plus Michael Jordan is the goat. He's the goat. Jack, you're also in Saggy's basement. What's the deal?
It's a nice basement.
James Gunn is locked in your basement too. Oh, you're locked in Saggy's attic.
Yeah, there's too much space in the basement. Not, I had to put James Gunn in the attic. Oh. Plus, he's kind of like a big deal, so you don't put him in the basement, you put him in the attic.
Darth Scipio says William is going to dump a Pooh review on Enosh. Ooh. 2 guys, 1 review. Let's see. Well, you know what? We got a few people who are in the running here. You Do Suck says, I'll take it. And his member, Rational Skeptic says, Enosh, I'll take it. Dork Knight is also a member, says, send it, my Enosh. Jared also is a member and says, can I have it? Integrity said, nope. Eat My Taco says, I want it. Integrity said, no thanks. They just don't want the Fast and the Furious, man. Darth Scipio says, right here. Hell yeah, brother. Fast movies suck. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take down names of, if I can find a pen. Got a pen. And I'm going to take down names of the people who are members or give super chats or whatever. And then we'll pick a winner in just a little while. How's that sound? I'll have What are you doing? What are you doing?
I farted again. Second time on the Apologetics Lounge.
Farted again. Okay, so we got You Do Suck wants it, and then who else wants it?
I want it because You Do Suck wants it.
Dork Knight wants it. Jared wants it.
What do they want? You're saying wants it? Like what are you giving it to them?
You know what? I'd like to find somebody who hasn't won anything yet from the Poindexter Lounge, if possible. So You Do Suck. Have I sent you anything yet? Have you won anything from the Poindexter Lounge? Let's see. Willie Jackson says 0 sugar is much better than coffee. Although, you know what? I think it's kind of weird. We did a science experiment at school about mold. And all the kids put just like a little bit of water on a piece of bread, and we put it in a baggie, and we locked it up, and we've just sat it out. And like, oh my gosh, some of these pieces of bread look ridiculous. Like one just looks, it's turning into mush. It looks like it's got an egg on it. It's growing all weird and mushy and moist and gross. And one is just like dry and like orange and green mold. And there's like, they're all growing different types of mold. Mine that I did, I put some coffee on it, and I had some coffee creamer in there. Everywhere that I poured the coffee, no mold. The preservatives are preserving it. James Cameron says, "Fear me if you dare. I am Puss in Boots." Okay. Hinosh is getting kinky with the 8-ball. Yep. Let's see. David Ayer wrote Fast and the Furious. Did he? So if you hate that movie, then you hate the Snyderverse. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Dork Knight. So now you can start that, right? Enosh hates the Snyderverse. You know what? It happens.
Could be worse.
The Tetris movie does look good, H-Barts. Did you hear about the Tetris movie?
What the hell is the Tetris?
It's the story of Tetris. It's the story of how Tetris got made.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, how do you make a whole story or a whole movie about Tetris?
Yeah, it's how Tetris got made.
So it's a documentary.
Yeah, well, it's not a documentary, I don't think. No, it's just it's the story of how it got made, because it was a couple of guys in Russia, but it was during a time where like anything that you made for the communists basically got taken away. So they were working on it in secret, and then they released it to the world, and they didn't get anything for it for a long time. I mean, until they got out of communist Russia, and then they finally got it. So You Do Suck. You haven't won anything yet? Okay, that's good to know.
I don't win anything.
Let's see. Fourth, it's an emotional moment. Tears were indeed shed. Moldy Mole. Yes, Moldy Mole. I wish I could stay awake longer and watch the stream, but I'm half asleep. Well, don't worry. We got some good stuff coming up. I got some good stuff to show you, Cherie. Hold right there.
Whoa, Mama.
My sofa and my back hurts. Oh, wait, hold on. My sofa and my back hurts right now. Your sofa hurts? Your sofa's not supposed to be on your back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at there. Todd, dang it, man. You are awesome, buddy. You are fantastic. Look at Todd. I got to give Todd a special drop. But it's been a while since I've looked at some of these drops. Yeah, here's when nobody tells me there's a $100 super chat that got dropped.
What? Why wasn't I told? Well, you can't do this to me. You know how much I sacrificed?
Yeah. So that's good. Hey, here's for later when William comes in to give us a.
What the?
Yes, Todd here with a $100 super chat. Thank you, buddy, man. You're awesome, Todd. I really, really appreciate you, brother. Says Enosh, you have told me many times that Howard the Duck is a much better movie than BV.
Oof.
Right now, you know what I need? I need the gif of that's bait. That's bait. Better than BVS. I was wondering why you would love Howard the Duck so much, and why you disable, or I'm guessing dislove BVS so much. LOL. Just wanted to say hello. Thank you, Todd. I do love Howard the Duck, though. I stand by Howard the Duck. I only have one steelbook, and it's Howard the Duck, because Howard the Duck is freaking awesome. And if you don't like that, well. That's to all the haters.
Hey, this is for everyone who others still running their mouth. Why don't you just worry about yourself?
Oh, is there a member chat too? Okay, I'll try to get to the member chat here too. Saggy, what's going on over on your channel though? What have you been covering lately?
Scoopers or pooper scoopers.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any scoopers in particular?
Yes, and the hashtag show Zack Snyder Justice League to Netflix.
The what?
The show Justice League to Netflix.
Oh, she's Justice League. Okay, I can't even do that. I don't even know what you're doing there.
What, you can't do that? The Justice League to Netflix.
Are you trying to sound like you got a retainer in?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I got a retainer in.
Yes, I haven't seen a woman's lady parts never.
Oh, don't do that, because then they'll start saying, they'll start making videos, Poindexter Lounge, is talking about his sexual exploits again,
Sexual exploits, because I don't have sexual exploits, you degenerate.
I've seen a naked lady.
I've seen an ankle.
I saw a calf, and I lost I lost everything, all my fluids. It just came jumping out on the floor right there. I lost it all. Just like when I saw that dude Vince. That dude Vince has been a member for 19 months, and he says, "I've never won. I'll take it." That dude Vince, you know what, that dude? Here's the thing. You've never won, Vince? I could have swore you'd won. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make an executive decision. Vince, you get it, bro. You
can't do that.
I just did it. How do
you like do a contest or a thing and and then you just say I pick you? Like you just did that.
Because it's freaking been sitting here, man, for like a couple months.
I choose you, that dude Vince. Use Thunder Smash.
I choose you, that dude Vince. But don't worry, you do suck. You know what? I got you, bro. You know what? We're just going to do giveaways. We're going to do fun giveaways. Would you like a Dengar? You do suck?
Would you like the Dengar?
Would you like the Dengar? He's wrapped in all kinds of cool stuff and was in Empire Strikes Back. Would be very good to have too.
He's not from The Last Jedi.
Not from The Last Jedi, which people hate, but I like. I liked it very much.
Don't say that, you're canceled.
I don't care. I really don't care when it comes to that, man. I love that movie. I just don't care. But yeah, Vince helps out a lot around here, and so thank you, Vince. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. So if you want it, that's it. Hey, Max is here. Max, you've got the link. I put the link in your thing. It says, "Oh man, I crashed after Ant-Man and missed Picard season 3 watch party. I made the wrong decision."
Hold on. He said yesterday on his stream, you were there. He's like, I'm going to probably fall asleep during Ant-Man. So he was the night before, he was probably going to fall asleep. It's not because the movie was sucked. It was just because he was tired, or maybe both. I don't know.
Come on in here, Max. We're just having fun, man. I got a couple fun stuff to show you before we get into the serious stuff. The gentleman, Mr. Crescent, What's up, man? It says Point Extra Lounge. Keep up the great work, Enosh. I wish some fans would remember Batman 89, Superman 1 and 2, Dark Knight trilogy, Smallville, Gotham, Man of Steel, Wonder Woman is what kept DC strong. You know what? That's a great point. You know, we forget sometimes that you know, there's a lot of different great angles in DC. You know, it doesn't all have to just be one thing. You know?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. I don't. It's hi that dumb chicken. Or
What?
hey. Is it hey or hi?
Hey.
Hey. What's going on, man? Yeah, Max, you better love Howard the Duck. That's all I'm saying. William, get out. And William, the old man, says the only value that Howard the Duck has that guarantees the Thor films will never be the worst Marvel movies. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, man. The picture of Leah Thompson in woo.
Why is William been a bully lately? I don't appreciate this.
Jared says my nerd sounds more Canadian. Eh? What are you trying to say, eh?
Eh?
Not that far from Canada, you see. Yes, you came in 100. I had to give you second place for the 100th time, bro. Okay, you'll take it. Then contact me on social media, give me your deets, and I will get that out to you. What's up, Slade's Movie? Says, I'm here, Enosh. It's been a while. How have you been? I used to be Bat City stuff. Oh, okay, cool. Good to see you. I've been good. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got your shirt for being a Point Extra. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, for your membership at there. So there you go. So you win. All right. So I got something to show you. I have not seen Ant-Man yet. I plan on seeing it this weekend, hopefully, and then I will let you all know what I think of it. I'll tell you this. I'm probably gonna like it. Just because, you know, I dig stuff like that. Now, for you G.I. Joe fans out there, I got something to show you. Because this is pretty cool. This is a Boba Fett Viper Trooper. See there, he's got a Mandalorian symbol right there on his jacket, and he looks like Boba Fett. Y'all know that I'm a big Boba Fett fan, and I collect Boba Fett's, vintage Boba Fett's, and so it's kind of cool to have some of these. I also got some Battle Android Troopers that are Boba Fett, so I got that. But then, check this out. I got a couple of these, Saggy, which I thought was just really cool because I got a Battle Android Trooper that is Superman, and I figured I needed something else to go along with them, and so they have Snake Eyes, but in Superman gear. So I got that. I got
with
two
the
of
red trunks.
Yeah, with the red trunks and everything. So I got two of those guys. To go along with my Battle Android Trooper that's in Superman gear, and then check this out. This is like the coolest Boba Fett ever. Yeah, like I said, I collect these vintage. What? Holy crap!
Jeez Louise, Todd.
Dang!
Somebody got
Todd.
paid good. Did you get your tax return back, Todd?
Todd, I love you, man. I love you, bro. You know what? I love Todd. Todd's fantastic. Let's see. What can we give Todd for that? How about
I've got one more thing to say, and it'll only take me a second. I've got 2 words that I want you all to remember. They're very important. And if I leave you with anything, I'm going to leave you with these 2 words. And those 2 words are, I'm Batman.
That's what makes it so popular.
Oh my gosh, Todd, thank you, bro. Says Enosh, you are a man of faith. Yes, I am. My question was, if you were having an intellectual debate with an atheist and you had to prove your point that God exists in a debate style format, what would you say? Dude, that would take, I mean, so that's actually something. So I'll seriously answer that. That is a process called apologetics. I love apologetics. I love listening to apologetics. I don't believe that faith is something that you can prove or disprove. I don't feel that it's something that you can look at in that way. It is something that you experience. It is something that happens that becomes a part of you. And I believe that you have to look at it that way. I mean, I do feel that, there are some things that, go to the complexity of life, of like where we are in the universe and how our bodies are made that are just amazing things that there's a lot of things that to not believe. I think you leave a lot to chance, right? And I understand some people's points. I mean, I understand points and counterpoints and everything, to those things. That's why I have atheist friends, and we have great discussions sometimes. But I don't think that it's about. I don't think that you can prove it to somebody. I don't think that you can just intellectually sit down and just prove it to somebody that way, and that it's going to make sense. Like it's just going to pop and go, oh yeah, okay, I believe now. For a person of faith, I look at everything through the lens of I believe there's a creator. If there's a creation, there's a creator. And I mean, that's just something that happens all around us. If something is created, if it's there, it's been created. And so that's the way that I look at it through. But also a lot of my reasoning for my faith is because of who I am, where I've come from, what I've seen, what I've been through, and what I've experienced. Some people would chalk that up to a lot of different things, but for me, it's my faith and for my belief in God. And so I try to steer away from things like this, as far as like the argument kind of thing, because I don't think in the long run, if you have two people who are debating and they're just there to have fun and, and even maybe in a serious debate, but, where there's not an emotion in it, I like that too. But I try to steer clear from that because I feel that like people end up getting too emotional and they get upset and I just don't think that that's good. And I don't usually typically debate that stuff in, the typical way that you see some Christians that are like, oh yeah, you gotta believe this. I feel that it's something that if you ask me straight up, I believe that the Holy Spirit is what draws us. I don't believe that I can convince you to be a Christian or convince you to be a person of faith. I can't do that. Even as a minister, I can't do that. I can't sing a song that's good enough for you as a singer. I can't preach a sermon that's good enough that's going to go, oh yeah, that's the thing. It's the Holy Spirit that draws you. And that's what I believe as a Christian. So I hope that I know that that's kind of not, the direct answer. There's all kinds of ways that you could go with that, but it would take, forever to get into, to some of it. So, but I appreciate the question for sure. And it's definitely a good question to ask yourself, as I think the best thing that you can show somebody, honestly, and I'll just leave it at this, is your life, and, that's it. Okay. I missed a super chat. Where did I miss a couple? Well, I know that there's some after, that one, but I don't think that I missed one before that one, did I? I think I got them. I got the other $100. I got the $100 super chat. No, I got them all. I got them all there. Hey buddy, because I got that dude Vince. I got all that stuff. So unless you could tell me one that I missed
there's two up there I'm seeing right now that I missed. There's Tim and then there's a chicken.
Yeah, I know, but that's next. I just haven't gotten to those yet. So because I had Todd up there, but Anthony's is like 2 comments afterwards. So So let's see here. This is from Hey Chicken. Hey that dumb chicken. Are we saying that right? Hey or is it hi? With 400, is that ruples or rubies? Mm-hmm. I think so. I don't know how much that is in American dollars, but thank you so much. I appreciate it for sure. It says, hanging in there, my best friend come mentor.
He's being very very careful with this one. Read the rest.
In English, we would spell this one COME because he's saying my best friend come mentor. Saggy, do you have a come mentor?
Will you read the rest of that before?
My best friend come mentor of 12 years passed away last week. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read. I'm a jerk. I am a total jerk. Good night, folks. Thanks for being here. Yeah. So I screwed that one up. We'll see y'all later. Dang. Dang. Way to go, Inash. Okay.
I'm sorry, but
I just read the next part of it, and so
I know, that's why it's like, I saw your face. No,
I am
please read the
such a freaking jerk. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
I'm not being insensitive. I just knew.
I know. I'm not. I'm trying not to. I am not trying to be insensitive either. And I feel like an absolute ass right now.
It's because I read the comment when it first popped up. So like,
I got to start reading the entire comments, man, before I do that anymore. Holy crap. I swear to God, I am such an idiot. Hanging in there, my best friend cum mentor of 12 years passed away last week. I am very sorry to hear that, man. My grandma passed away 2 days ago, and my cousin had a baby girl. Mixed feelings, but hanging in there. You know what, man? I'm right there with you. You all know my grandma passed away back at the end of 2021, and my grandma was my life. My grandma was my mentor, my everything. She's the reason why I was who I was and who I've become. And I'm very sorry to hear that that happened. But you know what? With that, I do like the idea of new life, right? Of new life being there. And so with that being said, because of your super chat, here's what I'm going to give you.
Welcome to the Poindexter Lounge. I'm Enosh's grandma, and I say yes, release the Snyder Cut.
That's right. Even grandma knows. Congrats. There you go.
Oh,
So
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that too. I just needed to stop laughing at Enosh because I didn't want to say that and be insensitive. And
I know. I am so sorry. Has Enosh ever debated this before? I have. When I was younger, I did debates. I really liked the study of apologetics. In my older age, I care more about people than I do about arguments, you know? And so I get less into arguments and more into discussions of life, because I feel that that's more of the, I don't know. I just enjoy that more. They're gonna reboot Hellboy again. Jeez, how many times are they gonna reboot that? Boba Fett is not overrated. I'm gonna show you one of the coolest Boba Fetts that I have ever gotten. Look at this Boba Fett. He is shiny and very cool. It's all chrome. Look, shiny green, shiny red, shiny brown. It's got the. What's cool about this is he's got the body of a vintage figure, right? Of a vintage Boba Fett figure. You can see right here. So he's got the body of that, right? The body style. But what's really cool about this is you can see there the rocket on the back of the vintage figure. But look at here. They've put a really cool version of the backpack on there and given him a gun that is very much like his gun in the movie. And so let me see if I can pull him out. I have not pulled him out yet. But he is so very cool. Look at that. Look at that figure.
he's shiny.
Isn't that pretty? And he's actually got moving arms and everything. So this is now one of my favorite Boba Fetts. He's got everything going on there. So check that out. Isn't that cool? So there's another little thing for you to see there. Where reason ends, faith begins. Many times, yeah. You know, and sometimes people just got to get to that point, you know, like, I get it, you know, like I don't try to force my faith on anyone, because I feel that it is a personal thing. I feel that it's something that, you know, you have to come to yourself. I don't think that anybody can force you to believe something, you know. And so that's, I guess, where I differ as a minister myself. What are your thoughts on Mystery Men? Mystery Men is a great movie. Have you ever seen Mystery Men, Saggy?
Oh, the sorry, my throat. The one with Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
No, and yes, I love that. I watched the crap out of that movie.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
I
good.
rewatched it recently, and I was like, oh, I forgot how freaking good this movie was.
Yeah. Yes, plushies. I have read A Case for Christ, and I think it's a good book. I do think it's a good book. You know, the thing is like, I think sometimes Christians, they think that they're going to save the world. You know, like, especially when you're younger, you think that, you know, like you got all the answers and it's going to save the whole world. And I think many times it boils down to, what's the life I'm living? What do people see in me? And I think that speaks louder and more volumes than anything could ever else, you know, like preaching a sermon or whatever. Tim Possible here with a $5 super chat says, James Gunn, I think, has the right ideal. DCU with soups has to reset, give us all the member berries. People are like, this is so good. Well, it'll be interesting to see if it, you know, if it hits that nerve, you know. Thank you, Todd. I'm glad that that worked for you, because Hans brand, is that Hans?
Yeah, that's Hans.
Is that the Hans from back in the day? I haven't seen that screen name in a while. So it says, I'd love to talk to a pastor about religious stuff since I used to be a Christian for over half my life. Well, here I am, bro. Here I am. Hit me up on social media. I'm always happy to talk to you. Wait, I missed 4? I did not miss 4 super chats.
I really?
There's no way I missed 4 super chats.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go on the chat. Really? Because I didn't see that many.
I didn't see that many either. Let me see. I'm trying to go back through and go all the way back to the beginning. You got to be kidding me. I did not miss 4 super chats. Hold on a second. You know what I'll do is I'll go back.
Y'all are trolling us.
Yeah, I'll go back through my channel thing here. Hold on a second. I'll take care of you all real quick.
Damn.
Let's see. Supers. Let's see. Here we go. Whoops. Yeah. All right. So we had a $2 from Tupac Shakur. We had a $5 from H Barts. We had a $2 from Dat Dude Vince that talked about the MJ Nike thing. We had two $100 from Todd. We had the 400 INR from Hey the Dumb Chicken. We did Tim Possibles. And next I got Fourth 1000 coming up. So that's all that's in there. I'm sorry, but not sorry. There you go. Okay, so let's see. We got Tim's, and then it's a member chat. We got another member chat. I don't see another member chat. I got the member chat. I did get the member chat. Yeah, we should be good. But yeah, you know, for those of you who are interested, you know, Aaron just brought it up. It's Hey. Okay, cool. It's Hey. It is rupees. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Shuri. Thank you so much. Yes, it's the Indian way. Saggy, this is an accusation that you may want to address.
I mean,
do you want to address that, Saggy?
We all know your mom doesn't know what it is, because she should have swallowed it.
Ouch. Yes, Shuri, it's all going downhill.
Love you, Hans.
I mean, it all might just be going down. I don't know. Azteca says his stomach hurts.
I felt bad.
Reads whatever's on the teleprompter.
Yeah, I felt bad laughing, but I want to make it clear I wasn't laughing at the comment. I was laughing because I knew Enosh's reaction, because we are both very immature. So I knew when he read that and the face he made, I was like, please read the rest of that. Please read the rest of that. That's why I was laughing, because I just knew I predicted that reaction.
I can't believe. Thank you, Aaron. It is an insane looking Boba Fett. It's just really cool. It's good. It's my favorite Boba Fett now. My whole I've got over 130 Boba Fetts, vintage Boba Fetts, and so that's now my favorite for sure. Is that what that is? Is that what I think it is? Hey, that dumb chicken just gifted 10 Poindexter Lounge memberships.
Mm-hmm.
So jump on those if you're not a member. Jump on.
By the
those
way,
for sure.
I saw the chicken comment about bubble tea. Enosh does not share the wealth. Just throwing that out there, and he does not enjoy bubble tea as much as I do. So I shall not be getting any bubble tea.
Share the wealth.
Yeah, that was for bubble
when we
tea.
when we go to Poindexter Con, which we're thinking about August. We're aiming for August. We're gonna have some new information coming soon. Once I gotta nail it all down with the wife. But we're gonna
Stop. You know what you did.
the wife. It's the wife come manager.
Please, I can't. Y'all are giving me a workout with these.
Whoa, hey now. That, if you do it right, you do. But you know what? Here to tell you all about Poindexter Con is Darth Mole. That's right. We're going to have Poindexter Con. We're going to do it in Las Vegas, baby. Las Vegas. You got to keep things quiet if we do it in Vegas, Saggy.
I hate this. Please
you love this. You do this to everybody else with your puppet all the time.
I haven't done it in a long time.
It's literally on your picture there.
Listen. Please don't bring the puppet to Vegas. Please keep it home.
Oh, the puppet is coming. The mole is coming. Coming and coming and coming. The mole just keeps on coming. Anyways, Poindexter Con is coming to Las Vegas at the Sci-Fi Center with William. Yes. Hopefully in August. Get ready to buy a plane ticket. Plane tickets to Vegas are very, very cheap. Yes. Cheaper than the mole. Yes. But anyway, so you're going to want to be there. There's going to be lots of people there. Saggy's going to be there. Enosh is going to be there because it's Poindexter Con. It would be kind of stupid if Enosh wasn't there. The lovely Tiftastic is going to be there. Who else is going to be there? Oh, we said that Brian, Master of None, he's going to be there too. And Dave the Film Junkies has expressed interest in driving down and driving to Vegas. So there's that. And who knows who else might come. So, right?
Yes.
Yes, you can come too. So put it on your calendar, pencil it in for sometime in October, maybe mid-October. We're going to do it over a weekend, and it's going to be tons of fun. And if you don't come, you can kiss the mole. Mole. Love you, Saggy. Mwah!
I hate this. Everything about this every time. I hate this. I want to cry. I want to cry.
You love it. Yes, I did get all of the new wave of McFarlane toys, Chuck. I love them. I
love how we've been doing this for an hour and
we still have not gotten to
still have not gotten to anything.
This has been great. I love this. This is fantastic. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time.
It's clickbait. It's clickbait, guys.
It is. Fourth 1,000, $20. Thank you so much, Fourth 1,000. Says just putting out.
Can we, Enosh, read the rest?
I know.
Read the rest.
I'm sorry. It's hard to get past when somebody just puts right as just putting out.
Enosh, just please.
Dear God.
I can't. Enosh is killing me tonight. Enosh, you have to read the rest of the story.
I'm sorry. You can't. Just putting out.
Enosh,
Thanks, Fourth 1,000. Thanks for letting us know. I feel like I should be at Star Trek 2. And then, like, I'm pointing the phaser at myself.
We're the most immature grown adults on the internet. I can't.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I really am gonna try. Here we go. 4,000 with a $20 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says just putting out. I'm a super proud stepdad. Shut up. I'm so sorry for it.
Oh my god. Enosh, please. Please read the rest of
Better than being a step bro.
I freaking. Oh my god. I'm drooling.
Wow. The thought of fourth 1,000 putting out get you drooling, huh? Okay. Just putting out, I'm a super proud stepdad. So am I, man. Of a daughter. Well, I got 2 stepsons, but of a daughter, best friend who has adopted my DC fandom to the point of writing her own DC graphic novel. That's kick butt, man. That's awesome. She's 17 and is into DC so much she put anime down. Just had to share it. That is freaking awesome, fourth 1,000. That. Stop your laughing.
Because it's like, that's the second time somebody had like a serious sentimental super chat. You make it so dirty.
I didn't make anything dirty.
It's putting out.
Milk was a bad choice.
It's white. Okay.
Don't be salty. Don't be salty.
Okay, I'm good.
Are you okay? Are you gonna be okay?
Please don't read any more comments.
I gotta read more comments.
Okay, all right. I can still call Enosh out for eating the meat. And he'd look at, well, you ate the meat too. Okay, but that still doesn't negate the fact you also ate the freaking meat. Okay, I blame the Poindexter Lounge 100%. I'm gonna eat my potato chips now.
Okay. Enosh, since you said soups, I feel like that guy disappeared from existence. Since you said soups. Did I miss something?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm looking at something else. If I'm missing something. But Aaron, thank you. Yes, Aaron says I would love to see a Mystery Man 2. I would too. A TV show would be good too. Both of it would be good. I would welcome anything more in that universe for sure, Aaron. Chuck, speaking of McFarlane New Wave, did you see the Dark Knight figures? The Dark Knight figures look awesome as well. The only one I'm not, I mean, the Scarecrow one is okay, but yes, Hans, 2 professional streamers here. 2.
No, just one.
And hey, that dumb chicken became a member. It's our newest member. And you know what that means, Saggy? You know what it means when we get a new member, right?
We take our pants off?
Maybe.
When 2 people French kiss, they form an approximately 60-foot-long tube between 2 buttholes. Until next time.
Okay.
Yes. No, I was looking for the drop that I usually play because it's exciting when somebody joins the membership and it's fun and it goes like this. You get the woo.
Showtime! Woo! 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 Silent and profiling. Woo! Woo! keeping it coming. Woo!
Woo!
Woo. Yes. Somebody says, Enosh, you missed 1 million super chats. Thank
I
you.
believe that.
Yes, you do suck. I missed 1 million super chats now. Thank you. But we got the member. We got all that. Okay. Yes, so we got a new member. That's freaking awesome. Thank you so much. And I think, here, let me, what am I doing here?
Larry's here.
Who's here?
Larry.
Who?
Larry.
Larry.
Yeah, I love Larry.
I didn't see Larry. Hold on a second.
Oh, there's another member shop.
Crush It is here. What's up, Crush It? Always good to see Crush It. I haven't seen Crush It in a long, long time. The puppet is better than Slutsha.
Hans is mad because my puppet roasted him on a stream one day.
What's up, Duan? Jack asked if he can leave your basement to go to Vegas.
Yes. You can. But you'll go back in.
Hopefully in August after Enosh nails stuff with the wife. Or with the wolf. With the wolf.
With the wolf.
I gotta nail my wolf first.
Not wolf.
Okay.
Wolf.
Okay, Hans. That is not the new slogan.
Why not?
They can't fire me from this one, Jared. All they can do is leave. That's all anybody can do now is just leave. They can't fire me for this one.
Yay, Larry loves me too. Oh, I adore Larry. Larry's fun.
Crush It says, if the Flash is a big success and Superman Legacy isn't, this is our transition. Do you think they will call back Henry? I have this feeling, Saggy. I have this kind of just, I don't know, this inkling that they're really trying to, that they're going to build up to a story in which, like, years down the line, they are going to call back some of these people, and we're going to see people come back.
Oh, 100% down the line. But that's a
It'll
given.
be an Elseworld thing. It'll be an Elseworld thing. But
they will 100% bring Henry Cavill back as Superman for that. But they just don't want Henry as their main Superman right now. But Henry will come back in the future.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think we got a. Oops, I'm going to share the screen here.
If he wants to, that is.
Yeah, if he wants to at that point, and that'll be the question. Also, by the way, Aaron put it here. If you guys are interested in what I do at the church, check out our YouTube channel, Echoes of Faith Family Church. The link is there. Aaron put it there. And then also we do broadcast on Sundays, my church services. So right here on the channel. But go visit over there at Echoes of Faith Family Church and on YouTube. And then when you do that, please hit subscribe over there because we need subscribers over there. Read the member chat. I'm looking for the member chat.
I think I think Cherie isn't saying read the member chat, like find the member chat and read it. I think she's saying make sure you actually read it.
I am. I found it. There it is. There it is. Okay. It says, "Hey Enosh, just thought I'd ask for your prayers for my mom. Found out today that she has thyroid cancer and needs surgery in the next few weeks." Man, Jared, I am so sorry to hear that, brother. Jared is a good friend of the channel, and I do appreciate you, Jared. You know what? In fact, this is what we're going to do. Because, you know what? We've had a couple questions about faith. We're going to jump into the Flash stuff here. But, you know, I think that this is important. So if you are a person of faith, just maybe take a moment, say a prayer. If maybe you're not, if you just want to take a moment of silence or, you know, whatever, this is not to infringe on anybody's thing. We don't get preachy around here, you know that, or anything like that. People have asked, obviously, in this chat, and that's fine. That's great. And I'm always happy to answer any questions. But this is something that I take serious. And this is Jared's a good friend. And so, you know what? I would like to just take a moment and let's just say a prayer. Okay? Can we do that? So I'm just going to go ahead. Heavenly Father, I just come to you in the name of Jesus, your son. And Lord, you see Jared. Lord, you see his family. Lord, you see his mother. And God, we don't know why things happen, Lord. Sometimes we don't know how things happen, Lord. It can be a variety of reasons, Lord. But Lord, I just pray for his mother, Lord, that you will touch her, Lord, that God, that you'll be with her, Lord. Cancer is always such a fight, Lord. I've had many friends who've fought through cancer, and some who've won, and some who've lost that battle. But Lord, it's a fight, Lord. And I pray that God, that you'll give her strength, Lord, for that fight, Lord. I pray, Lord, that others will come around her, that will encourage her and build her up. And Lord, we pray, Lord, for healing, Lord. We know that you can heal. And so, Lord, I ask that, Lord, if at all possible, Lord, that Lord, that you will heal her, Lord, and for a good report, Lord. But I pray that you'll be with her 100% of the way. Be with her family, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Hey, you're welcome, Jared, man. I love you, bro. And I appreciate you guys. I
I
appreciate
almost
y'all.
cried. I'm not even gonna lie, because it reminded me of my grandfather. Because my grandfather was very religious, and we used to pray all the time.
Aw. Okay. So the Flash movie. Sorry, moving along. With the Flash movie. Oh, I was going to show you guys something.
Great transition.
Yeah, I know. Fake transition. This is what I was going to show you. So there were some funny Star Wars muscle-bound pictures that I saw. So first of all, I just want to make clear that now I know that this is not Sasha Calle. Yesterday on Max's show, I thought it was, because all these these official Superman pages yesterday were showing this picture. But this is Liz Wonder, and I'll tell you what, she does a great job, man. And that costume looks fantastic, first of all. So good job on that. We got this picture. Did you see this picture, Saggy?
I did.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not like super hyped for Joker 2. I'm not gonna lie.
mm-hmm.
Just because, like, I think the way they ended Joker 1 was just like great, but I don't think we needed a Joker 2. Because I've said that too when people are like, "Oh, they need to make a Joker 2." It's like, but why? The way they ended Joker 1 was so good. Like, what could they really do with Joker 2 unless they're gonna, like, I don't know. I have no clue. I think it's gonna be interesting, because the whole thing about Joker 1 was like seeing how Joker became Joker. Like, we already got that story arc, so like, what more is there for us to see?
Right. It's like, what more do you want? Gosh, man, I just don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, cool. Wait a second. Is that?
So Joker, guys.
No,
Lady
I'm sorry.
Gaga.
I'm sorry. That dude Vince sent me something, but I'm looking to see if.
I know. I was trying to saw.
So, did Anthony Chobot have? Was this from tonight? Did I miss that?
I didn't see it.
That dude Vince with a $2 chat. Thank you, man. Says make sure to check your Twitter messages. So I just checked my Twitter messages. Let me.
But see, I didn't see another super chat either.
I didn't see that, so I don't.
That must have been a glitch on StreamYard, because I didn't see that pop up either.
Huh? That's weird. Okay. Well, I didn't see this pop up, but this says Anthony Chobot has been a member for 17 months. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you. Says, how are you, buddy? By the way, can I get a shirt? Are you? Well, you're at the nerd level. The shirt level is our highest tier. That's full Poindexter. Or you can buy a shirt. The links are down in the description below. And so yes, you're more than welcome to get that and do that. But that's, whoops, did I show it? I didn't even show it. Dang it! There it is. I swear, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me I wasn't showing the thing?
I thought you were just reading it. I didn't know you had it in the thing. By the way, what is with you guys in the habit of showing your DMs?
I'm not showing my DM.
I can see it. Look who you're talking to.
You can't.
You're talking to Nicotina. You're talking to me. You're talking to. I didn't see the rest of it.
Well, because people send us pictures this way, and I mean, but I'm not showing the actual.
I was messing with you.
Yeah, I'm not showing the actual message, but.
I was messing with you.
But then there's this. So Darth Scipio got a membership. Awesome. Anthony got a membership. Awesome. Black Ops got one. And Isaac One Kenobi got one. Isaac's watching. Awesome. You know what? Isaac is here. Isaac, if you're watching, come on down here real quick and tell us what you thought of of the movie. He went to go see Ant-Man tonight with my other boys.
Why is it every time people get gifted in every YouTube channel I'm in the chat, I don't get gifted? It's like YouTube hates me.
I don't know.
Because it's random. It's randomly generated.
But David Riley also got one, so that's awesome. So welcome to membership, guys. That's awesome, and thank you.
Shiri, why did you tell me about the thing?
You gotta tell me about the thing. Gosh darn it. But no, thank you, hey that dumb chicken, for gifting those. That's really awesome. So thank you for doing that, and welcome to membership. All right. Okay, so let me take that out now. But yeah, so I'm just not. I'm sorry. I know that there's people who are mad at me because I'm not really super excited about this, but I just don't like the idea of her as Harley Quinn. I just don't see it.
Well, wait. Before you even say that, like, it makes sense because it's a musical, right? And she's Lady Gaga, so it does make sense to have somebody with talent and also kind of like a star status to bring people in, because again, it is Lady Gaga. So I don't particularly think I don't know because I haven't seen. I don't really care for her as Harley Quinn, but it makes sense because it's a musical that Lady Gaga would play Harley Quinn. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Gosh, man, I'm just not a big Lady Gaga fan, to be honest with you. I think she's very talented. I have no problem with saying that. I think she's talented, but I just don't like her. There's something about her, and I'm looking at this, and I'm sorry, but like, especially with everybody that's complained about the ages of some of our characters and stuff. I mean, Joker here is like what, 50s now? Like late 40s, early 50s. I mean, and Harley Quinn looks the same thing. If that's Harley Quinn, she looks like she's like 40s right there. You know, I mean, she does not look like a young woman, and that's fine. I don't care, but it's like, it's weird for the story. You know, I don't know.
It's weird that it's a musical, you know. It's like, it's a musical.
That's true, but I mean, it's also weird that Bruce Wayne is like 10 years old and the Joker was like 40. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. The whole thing is kind of just strange to me, but you know.
I mean, I like the first Joker. I'm not too pressed about it, but like, I think Lady Gaga being Harley Quinn, as far as if it since it's a musical, it does make the most sense why it's Lady Gaga. So I mean, Lady Gaga actually can act. When she was in American Horror Story, she was really good. I was actually shocked. So I think she can. I think, and I'm hoping she can pull it off. But if she doesn't have the Mr. J, if she doesn't talk like a New Yorker, I don't think I can do it because it's not my Mr. J.
Yeah, I mean that could be. I don't know, man. But so there's that. Okay, so here is a long time ago at a bodybuilding competition, far away. Are you ready for this, Saggy?
No.
These are awesome. Get ready to be. You might get a little moist. Are you ready? Here we go.
What the?
There you go. There's Darth Vader.
That?
That's Darth Vader, man. Look
at
him.
He's all buff.
He's all buff. Yeah, but he's not. But he's not the only one. He's bodybuilding. Look at him.
I hate the internet.
Look at that. Look how beefy he is.
I hate the internet.
Why do you hate the internet?
I hate the internet.
I think it's pretty cool. Cool.
I think this is the most cursed. Why? Just why?
Well, if you didn't like this one, well then, I don't know what you're gonna do with the rest then. So, because there's more.
Oh,
there's this dude. Whoops. There's this dude.
What is that? A bulldog with titties?
Yeah, I can't remember his name. I can't. What movie is he from? I think it's one of the newer ones or whatever. But then you got an Ewok.
I hate the internet. What the?
I love the hairy face and the hairy forearms and the hairy lower body, but he shaved the rest.
I hate the internet.
Is Cherie still here? George Lucas approves. Zack Snyder's Star Wars Vader.
Is this gonna be Rebel Moon? Because if so, I'm all for it.
It's Swole Walk.
Oh
shaved. That's waxed, bro. All right. Look, R2D2. I love this.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
It's R2D2 with buff arms.
I'm done. Why am I here? Why am I here?
And then look at the bottom. Look, whoa. Oh, got ahead of myself. Look at the bottom here. It's like he's got like a
his diaper on.
Yeah, he's got like the diaper on. It's like but there's no legs that are coming out. It's hilarious.
This is like cursed. What did you look up? Cursed Star Wars pictures on the internet?
No, I work with somebody who was going through a rough day the other day, and I just sent her
How
this
rough?
picture.
How rough?
I just sent her this picture, and I said, well, I hope that R2D2 with buff arms makes your day a little bit better. And she says, it did.
Yo, y'all women got some weird ass kinks.
Well, there you go. Right there. Look at that.
Yeah, that's normal. I can see that.
That's normal.
That doesn't look as cursed.
Oh my gosh.
I've seen muscle women competitions before. That's nothing. My
Look at that belly button. Look at that belly button.
Yeah, my grandfather was a professional bodybuilder. He did it competitively, so I've seen women like that. That doesn't curse.
You know,
me.
4,000. I got some ideas, but I don't know. I got to find like where I can do the AI art. I'm not looking to like pay some money, to like an app or something like that. The only things I've seen have been like apps that do it, and so I've just kind of like I haven't gotten into it yet. But R2 TRT2.
May the force be with you.
R2 Buff 2.
I kissed my brother. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I snapped off his. Well, never mind.
I love Han Solo.
These aren't the roids you're looking for.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's the best comment
That's
right
a
there.
good one.
That's the best comment right there. These aren't the roids you're looking for. That is freaking awesome.
Han Solo's a power bottom.
It does kind of look like she has a bulge.
Now I can't unsee it. God damn it.
Right?
Like I can't unsee the bulge now. As soon as you read that comment, I'm looking right at her crotch.
And she's like her thighs though.
Yo, them thighs save lives. I'm telling you.
How much you bench? Okay.
She got that buff in 20 parsecs.
Oh my gosh. Luke. He looks like Peter Dinklage.
He does look like Peter Dinklage.
He looks like Peter Dinklage. Oh my gosh. Oh man. You imagine if this Luke came out in The Last Jedi?
I'd hit it.
Whoa, hey now.
I want to see your lightsaber, Mark Hamill. Right? If you guys hear that, you know what's going on.
Well, she's already used to hearing a wand buzzing in the bedroom, so. Doesn't go the whirl.
If you hear that, you know it's getting freaky.
Something's going down, huh?
Yep, I hope.
Do you even lift, bro? Use the roids, Luke. Luke Buffwalker. This is Luke in the EU. You're not wrong, Sarah. It's like, seriously, Luke in the EU can, like, do nothing wrong. Luke in the EU is just, like, crazy.
Looks like Thor's dad.
Luke is like, yes, I have the roids you're looking for. He does look a little bit like William H. Macy, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He looks like Peter Dinklage and William H. Macy had a kid.
With Thor.
Eugenics wars.
I can't. I'm done. I'm done looking at the chat. I can't do
it. There's Han Solo. What is that? That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a 10-pack? That's like a 10-pack.
Why do he look like Solid Snake, though?
Oh, he does kind of, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he belongs in Metal Gear. What the hell?
He's got a bulge, too.
I'm okay with that. What, did he steal Princess Leia's bulge?
You know who he kind of looks like? He kind of looks like,
Oh my god, he looks like Jared Padalecki.
Oh, he kind of looks like a combination of him plus
Who was
Marky Mark. And the eyes are a little weird there. But then
who was the
Josh
guy who
Brolin.
played? Who was the guy who played Escape to L.A.?
Oh, that
Airport.
was yeah.
What was his name? The actor, I forgot it.
He does look a little like Patrick Swayze. Yeah, who was the guy who was in Escape to L.A.? It was
I can't think of it. And I cannot.
He does look a little bit like Brolin. Who was it? Somebody in the chat. I know that you guys got it. Who?
It's on the like. I know.
I know it's like right there, right? It.
Now I have to Google it.
Han Solo should be in Magic Mike. Oh, that's great.
He's older now, but
yeah. Han's silent and profiling. Who is it? Come on, guys. I know that you guys. Dolph Lundgren. No, Kurt Russell. That's
How the fudge did we forget Kurt Russell?
I don't know, man, but yeah, Kurt Russell.
I was gonna say I know Kurt Russell looks old as hell now, but yes, he looks like a young Kurt Russell. Sorry.
He looks like Kurt Russell and Mark Wahlberg kind of hit it up there.
How the hell did we forget Kurt Russell's name?
Look at that's just a ridiculous stomach right there.
That's like some abs you can like cook a steak on.
And the nipple placement is weird.
The nipple plate, this crooked nipples.
Isn't the nipple? I mean, like
they're crooked. They're
that's a nipple right there, and that's a nipple right there. This nipple looks kind of normal, but this nipple is like way over.
Sided nipples.
Yeah. This nipple is way over here.
Not symmetrical, and it's ticking me off. Why are you going down to the crotch? You know what you did. FYI, when you have muscles like that, your bulge is not that big. I don't know if people know how like muscles work.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, it's not how it works. The testicles usually get smaller when you have more muscle.
You got to sacrifice somewhere.
I say with the chicks breast assist, it turns to the pecs. That's why most women who are bodybuilders and have breast assist, it's fake tatas because yeah. It's not the real tatas.
No, not the real Tata. And then there he is. Look at that.
Is that Buffa Fett?
Buffa Fett. Yes, crush it. I'm comparing nipples on YouTube. You're welcome.
They were lopsided though, crush it. They 100% were not symmetrical nipples.
It's the results of too many roids. Yes.
Don't act like when you guys go.
The nipple takes a trip.
Don't act like if you guys were watching George Clooney's Batman, if those nipples on that bat suit were off, you wouldn't be saying something.
Right. Look, you know what? You're absolutely right, Sarah. Kurt Russell did audition for the role of Han Solo. So that's a good callback, actually. Sweet fancy Moses. Sweet fancy Moses. Have we even done anything of any serious value yet in this show?
No, not yet. This has
been a great show so far. Like I almost feel like rebranding the show and just coming back tomorrow night with all the topics. Bro looks like he belongs in 40K for whatever that is. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, the bat nips were super distracting. This Fett could This Fett could eat a Sarlacc pit.
Like dead. Listen, if the book of Boba Fett had this type of Boba Fett, gosh. the getting out of the pit would have made more sense to me. He would just claw his way out easily.
It's yes, you do suck. It's like Seinfeld was. It's a show about nothing. But I mean, look at this dude, man.
See, with Boba Fett, it makes the most sense. Everything we saw, Boba Fett makes the most sense.
Yeah, the Boba Fett. This Boba Fett looks awesome.
I'm done. Please, I'm done. I'm freaking done with this. I'm done with it. Turn it off. I'm done. I'm done. Why he look like his hair that's supposed to be there is pants now? Like I'm done. I'm completely done with this.
He shaved everything.
He doesn't even. It's more like. Oh my god! I'm done. I'm freaking done.
He's got an 8-pack. Can I ask a question though?
I don't know if
What
you
are
can.
those?
Yo, I can't with you tonight. You are
I'm
on
just
something.
asking. What are those?
That's his penis. I
Is
think.
that his penis or is that his testicles? Because they're kind of small.
I'm done. This is when you know Enosh is getting tired, when he's zooming in on Chewbacca's junk.
I'm just asking. Chew again.
Lord have mercy. Help this stream. Help this stream. I can't. This is. Are you getting closer to it, or is it just me? Or is it my eyes? I can't tell anymore. I'm looking away.
Those are peppercorns. You know what? He does look a little bit like Lion-O.
Why does he even have a belt on? Now we're comparing like Chewbacca to like other I can't. Is his nipples at least proportioned?
I don't see any nipples. Do you see any nipples?
I don't. That's what I'm asking. You zoomed in on the crotch, but you didn't zoom in on the nipples?
I don't see any nipples.
Why he got no nipples?
Maybe there.
Is that supposed to be hair?
I think that's a nipple, and that's a nipple. But like his muscles are kind of like weird here. Like
I think it's supposed to be like
fibrous.
hair. Yeah. Well, no, I'm very confused. Why? Oh my god, that face! I'm done.
He's got like a pig face.
He got a resting bitch face.
I don't know what happened here. Like kind of shaved his forehead and.
I can't.
He looks like an Ugnaught here instead of Chewbacca. That's what he looks like.
This is just cursed. So guys, thanks for being here. This is great. We had actual topics, but now we're just looking at buff Star Wars characters and some.
Okay, so this happened. Jason, that's it for Star Wars. Jason Momoa supports Ezra Miller. What do you think of that, Saggy?
I think Jason Momoa is crazy, and we should not watch Aquaman 2 because Jason Momoa supports a criminal like Ezra Miller.
Spherical man, you can't milk Chewbacca. He doesn't have nipples.
Spherical man, the fact that you want to milk Chewbacca is like, why? Why, Spherical man?
The abs look like French toast.
I can't with this chat tonight. Y'all are killing me inside.
Yes. Cherie says like an hour later, okay, Enosh, the sofa on my back is hurting. I meant to write, I'm half asleep on the sofa and my back hurts. I'm glad I stayed. The last half hour was gold. I'm going to go to bed now. Much love, nerds. Love you too. See, told you we had good stuff for you. Okay, so Jason Momoa put this out today. Jason Momoa on the Flash movie on Instagram. He said, I am so excited and proud of this movie. Love you, Ezra. Can't wait to see this. Aloha.
Cancel Jason Momoa.
Look, everybody's talking about the Flash movie. Everyone who's seen the Flash movie has said this is something special. This is something amazing. It's great, which gets me excited for it. Like all these people, listen, I've said it again. Listen, if you don't want to go see the Flash movie, that is absolutely your prerogative. That is absolutely your right. It's your loss. It's your loss. Do what you feel that you need to do. But don't come in here with some moral high ground stuff trying to like make everybody else feel bad if they want to watch it, and don't watch it illegally. Just don't. Right? Don't stream it from somewhere, one of these websites and stuff that you can go to and watch movies and everything. Don't do that, because you're literally watching a superhero movie like where heroes tell you to do the right thing and to, do a good thing, and you're stealing it, first of all. And it's pirating, right? But, and I'm not here to give you a hard time about that, but it's just people act like they're on this high horse. And like what now? Jason Momoa betrayed Ray Fisher? Oh,
Jason Momoa canceled. You are a traitor.
So everybody seems to think that this is pretty good, and so I'm really looking forward to it. I think that I've said I go back. I went back and forth for a long time on the Flash, because yes, I'm going to watch the Flash, and part of me is going to be sitting there thinking about Ray Fisher, because Ray Fisher is a friend. I look at Ray Fisher as a friend and as a really great guy, and he deserved to be in there. He deserves to be Cyborg, and I don't think it's right what happened to him. But I also know that there's people who are part of this production who tried. They did try. They weren't able to do it, and also Ray said that as long as Walter Hamada was there, that he wasn't going to do it. Now, it could be different now, but, you know, I don't know. And Laser Luke, to answer this question, I mean, Ray Fisher said here on the show one thing, and then about a month later he said something else in an interview. But he said here that he was going to watch it because he was going to support Ezra. He was going to support Ben, that he knew was in the movie at the time. I think he said Ben, knew was in the movie at the time. But then he ended up changing that stance because he said he just couldn't. And he said with what happened to him and just knowing that it was going to be too hard for him to watch it, and he just didn't feel he could do it. And so he felt for him to do the right thing was to not watch it. And that's fine. But also he said, and Wayne T. Carr said right here on the show that, you know, because Wayne T. Carr said that, you know, they're both friends. And they said that, you know, we both are not going to watch it, but we don't expect everyone else to not watch it. They said that themselves. You know, Wayne T. Carr was here and said, I don't expect everybody else to do the same thing that we're doing. Everybody's got to make their own decisions. And I don't think that it's just black and white, that it's like, oh, this, you know, this is that or this is that. It is what it is, you know.
I mean, to answer that question though, like you said, I mean, that was under Walter Hamada. So I mean, I think things could change for Ray. I think Ray might to support Ezra because they are friends. So I mean, what we think really doesn't matter because it's up to Ray at the end of the day.
And look, I know for a fact that Ezra, because Ezra told me that he wasn't playing none of that stuff, and that he was adamant he wanted Ray Fisher in the movie. So who knows what kind of cameo could be in there, you know? And Andy Muschietti wanted him in the Flash, but you know, obviously it wasn't the same as was done before, where he played a huge role. But you know, who knows? Maybe we could see a cameo. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I'm just saying what could be. We just don't know. And see here. So the only thing I'll push back on that, Duan, is that he didn't talk himself out of work. He just walked away. He just walked away. He wasn't fired. He walked away from it. They wanted him in the movie, and he had specific issues with Walter Hamada. So he left, and he said, I'm not going to be in any production that has to do with Walter Hamada, because he felt that way, and he stood by his guns. And you got to give it to somebody who says, look, I just don't care. Right? Like, to me, right is right and wrong is wrong, and I felt that something wrong happened, and you know, he's gonna stick by that, and so you got to give it to him for that. Draga, if you, I'm guessing to the interview, if you just look up Poindexter Lounge, Ray Fisher, I think Ray Porter was on that night too.
Yes.
And so if you was he on that night?
I think I don't actually. Yes, I think
yes,
so.
I think
because I moderated that one.
Yes, I think that was the it was a fundraiser for AFSP, and if you just look up, because Ray Fisher and Ray Porter were on that night, and so it was like towards the end that they talked about that a little bit, you know, and yeah, I mean, look, with the stuff with Gunn, I don't know about all that, you know. The James Gunn thing was, I'll be honest with you, was a little weird for me. I don't know, but you know, I'd have to talk to him. He knows his heart, and he knows, you know, what all that was about. I can't speak for that, you know. But like I said, everybody is clamoring for this. Yes, at the 2-hour mark, we're going to get to this. A history of everyone promising the Flash is actually insanely good. So this is a Forbes article about this, and let's just jump right into this. Obviously, this weekend during the Super Bowl, WB aired the first trailer, that was last week, for The Flash, not holding back cameos like Supergirl and both Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton's Batmans. The movie has been a frequent point of debate among DC fans. Given that no one quite understands how Henry Cavill lost his job playing Superman while Ezra Miller, accused of many, many crimes, accused being the key word there, is keeping their role as the Flash both for this film and perhaps into the future. Well, that one's an easy one, and Saggy and I were talking about this earlier. There are a lot of people who've reported on this thing. There are very few who've actually dug deep and gotten the truth and gotten the information that was needed. Right, Saggy? What would you say about that?
No, yeah, like, again, people, when we, like, even me and Enosh, when the first first stuff happened in Hawaii, I believe we talked, and I was like, what the heck is going on with Ezra? We were both very confused, and we were both like, whoa, what's going on? But, like, yeah, there's a lot of people out there, even now, like, I deal with them on Twitter every day when the Flash is talked about or Ezra's talked about. Yeah, people don't research. They stop at the headlines and the articles. They don't actually, and these articles that come out, like, usually these articles, when you read them, they have sources that they link to when they're talking about things. And a lot of the articles on Ezra don't. They don't have pictures, screenshots, links to tweets or anything. It's just, hey, we interviewed this person and this is the person's story. Listen and believe us, guys. And a lot of people did just that. So yeah, Enosh and I, we started looking into it. We started talking about it from our perspective, from what we saw and what we observed, and it didn't seem like it was as bad as people in the headlines made it. And then, yeah, nobody else was really doing that because it was so easy, because Ezra's an easy target, so.
Yeah, and the thing too is that, like you said, people just kind of started reporting stuff just off the cuff. And unfortunately, because a lot of the tabloid reporting started going on, people just thought everything was true. But like, if you think about it, like, I saw a tweet today that said, are there still people who really feel that like Ezra did this? And it was like the whole list of things, because literally on a weekly basis, it was just becoming nonsense. It was like one thing after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And you're right, Larry. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. was on TV in an orange jumpsuit. He was literally breaking into people's houses with families,
getting in bed with their kids, not realizing what he was doing.
And
I mean, everyone argues with me about the Robert thing, because yeah, he was eventually, like, he was blacklisted for a while. Nobody would want to work with him because he was a liability. But I think what has been happening, and again, I want people to like remember the thing that really changed how Hollywood treated these situations is Johnny Depp. Okay, what happened with Johnny Depp? Because Johnny got canceled and blacklisted, lost all of his major property franchises,
yes.
and then after the court trial, what happened? People are like, oh, yeah, maybe we should stop just jumping to conclusions and firing actors when some of them might not be as guilty as the media and people accusing them are saying. So that was the best timing for Ezra, actually, because, the studios didn't want to fire another actor based on accusations, because they just had to deal with this with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, okay? And people forget that, and they're like, well, it's different. It's not different. When there is an accusation, and serious one, criminal ones, like the crimes that they actually got fined for and arrested for, and the plea deal that they took, honestly, those are what people call petty crimes, okay? It's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, it's criminal, but they're dealing with the consequences. Yeah, they got slapped on the wrist. I'm sorry you guys want to see Ezra in jail for like 25 years over stealing alcohol, but the reality is, those are petty crimes. The more serious accusations have not went to court. No one called the police. No one filed a police report. Nothing. They're just accusations with no proof. Oh, the choking incident. Again, I've asked people, was it really choking? Because if you take a very close look at that video, the woman's wearing a friggin' turtleneck shirt. And it looked like Ezra grabbed the shirt, not the throat. Yeah. But either way, it's not right to put hands on people, sure. But why, if they were choked? What human being gets choked by a stranger and does not call the police?
Right. You're right. There's a lot to it, folks, and I guess we'll just leave it because it's, you know, it is what it is at this point. But I've taken a lot of hits for just saying we needed all the facts, that we need to look at all the facts before making these things. I still see people making jokes about Ezra Miller left and right, you know, based on accusations. And it's just, it's very unfortunate, you know. Crush It says here, do you think Ezra perfected his running? Because I hated the way he runs. Supposedly, it looks like his running is way better in this. So, but let's go back to the story. It says it's been a debate. Okay, the answer may be simple. The Flash is reportedly an extremely good movie, and Miller may be a large part of the reason for that. Now, this is why I'm saying this, is because certain people, friends of mine even, have gone on record as saying they think that with all the stuff that's happened, Warner Brothers is going to back off using Ezra to promote the movie at all, that they weren't even going to show Ezra. Well, then it was funny, like, you know, the posters came out and stuff, and Ezra's head is down like this, you know, in the Flash pose. And it was like, see there, they got him in shadow. Whatever, man. It's a picture literally of the Flash. It's Ezra. Now we got two Ezras. You got two Barrys running around. So he's doing double the work. He was all over the trailer. They did not hide the Flash in the trailer. And the word is that, yes, it looks like from the trailer that there's a lot of Batman in there. But the word is that this is very much a Flash movie with some Batman in there. That, yes, Michael Keaton's Batman is in there, but he does not take over the whole thing. It's like we knew that Michael Keaton's Batman was going to be in the Batgirl movie, right, when it was done. Come to find out he had 2 scenes. Right? Mm-hmm. So we don't know what's coming in that, but so far everybody has seen it, has said that it's very Flash-centric. So this says Miller may be a large part of the reason for that. There was not similar love shared for Batgirl, a movie deemed so harmful to the DC universe that it was unceremoniously killed despite being completed. But the opposite has been true for The Flash, which has been getting privately praised for months now and has a new cheerleader in the form of James Gunn himself. Despite Miller, Flash being a relic of the DCEU Snyder JLA era. So, this is back in August of 2022, there was word that new CEO of WB Discovery, David Zaslav, was a big fan of The Flash. The same report indicates that The Flash received the highest test score ratings in DCEU history. Wow. So even more than Wonder Woman. And was up there with the Dark Knight's test scores. Then, in December 2022, the film's quality came up again during the great WB-DC shuffle, reiterating there were no plans to shelve it or to put it on HBO Max. I mean, there was a time where it was like, it's just going to go to HBO Max or they're just going to cancel it. No, they came out and said straight up, we are not doing that. It would remain theatrical, and Deadline sources described it as Spider-Man No Way Home level good. 2 weeks ago, James Gunn told reporters the following: I will say here that Flash is probably one of the greatest superhero movies ever made, which is a level of praise that is hard to top. And then finally, Gunn once again chimed in about The Flash after the Super Bowl trailer aired and said, I love this so much, can't wait for you all to see it, #TheFlashMovie. Says, while I understand if you specifically may not trust the taste of random test screeners, David Zaslav or James Gunn, I would describe all of this put together as fairly significant, especially in the face of the new DC that is slashed through other existing projects. This one, in contrast, it is elevating to high heaven. That's why I think the idea of Miller continuing on as Barry Allen persists here. The idea seems to be that the movie is so good that and that Miller is likely very good in it. So rather than kicking them to the curb after their crime spree, which I hate that, man, after their crime spree. Again, like Saggy said, there is a difference between accusations, things that people say about you,
actual crimes.
And actual crimes. Like, doesn't anybody think that it's weird that, like, there was all this, talk about, oh, yeah, the grooming and the this and the that, right? And then yet, through the whole thing, what happened? That just disappeared. You didn't see anything about it. There was no plea deal there. There was no nothing. They went to court, and it wasn't even a U.S. court. It was a
tribal court.
It was a tribal court. And guess what? We didn't hear anything about it. But, I didn't hear TMZ reporting the outcome.
Right. And I didn't hear the news outlets that literally interviewed the parents that took them to court. I didn't hear any they didn't do any other interviews saying, yeah, we won. And they were very vocal on social media, going at EZRA every single day. Where's my kid? Where's my kid? Oh, we're taking them to court. If they had won that court, you would think they would thank all the people that were supporting them because they won the case. They got their kid back. Never happened. So again, no one talks about this, but they're still guilty. It's a very weird world we live in where, again, people on the internet always talk about due process and we hate cancel culture. But when it came to EZRA, that is all people did.
Darskipio, so I will say this. Do you understand what it takes, though, for somebody to be convicted of trespassing? It's not just that you're in somebody's house. I served on a jury during a case where a guy walked into a family's house, walked around the room. The lady thought that it was the craziest thing ever, Saggy. The guy came to this lady's house at 1 a.m. It was her child, and the grandma. Her husband was at work. She was expecting her husband home anytime. This guy shows up. She thinks it's a friend of her husband's, so she lets him in. He walks in, walks around. The grandma's in bed in another room, walks in the grandma's room. This guy is just walking in the house, right? Walks over, sees the grandma, comes back out, pulls his pants down to his ankles. He's got boxers on, but he's high as a kite, sits down in a chair, and goes to sleep. Now, here's the problem. The husband comes home, and she's like, who's this fool? And he goes, I don't know. That's scary.
Right.
Okay, that's scary enough right there. But so that happens, and then the thing is that this guy goes through all of this. The police show up and tell him to leave, and he refuses to leave, says it's a free country. They have to drag him out of the house, take him down to the station, book him, do the whole thing. He ends up throwing a shoe at one of the officers and like trying to hit one of the officers. So he also was up on an assault charge. And by definition of the law, we could not get him for trespassing. Even though he was not welcome there, he pulled his pants down. He made this whole family feel uncomfortable. And here's the funny thing. The guy defended himself in court. And the prosecutor talked to the grandma and said, you were there that night. Can you identify the guy who was in your house? And she goes, it's been a while. I haven't seen him in a while, and I was kind of sleeping, I got up for a second. She goes, but I think that's him, but I'm not sure. Literally putting doubt into everybody's mind. And this guy stands up, this idiot stands up, and he goes and he's defending himself. He says, ma'am, first of all, I want to apologize for being in your house that night.
So hold on. So I just Googled real quick just to say, because people seem to say Robert Downey Jr. was only convicted of trespassing. Downey was speeding down Hollywood Sunset Boulevard in 1996 when he was arrested for possession of heroin, cocaine, and an unloaded .357 Magnum pistol. A month later, still on parole, he trespassed into a neighbor's home while intoxicated and fell asleep in a child's bedroom. California judges were losing their patience. So at this point, okay, he already got nailed for possession of heroin, cocaine, and an unloaded gun. Doesn't really say if it was registered or not. I'm going to assume it was. And then a month later, while he was on parole, which means he was on parole because he got convicted for all the stuff I just mentioned, he trespassed into a neighbor's home, intoxicated, and fell asleep in a child's bedroom.
Yeah. That ain't, well, he just did, that's the thing. And so, I don't know. The only charge that is stuck and has been a thing has been Ezra may have taken some alcohol from some people.
Hey, William.
It's weird. It's weird. And
Yeah.
and we've said many times, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but we've said many times, look, I don't believe that the guy is just like that Ezra is just necessarily maybe always in the right mind and thinking, correctly. That's why Ezra is getting the help that they need.
Yeah.
And I'm glad of that. For whatever
Right.
Ezra's facing, it sounds like Ezra seems like the type of person, he's been around a lot of people that have taken advantage of him, that have wanted to be around Ezra because of his money and because of who he is. And, sometimes that happens, and then people, when they don't get what they want, they start saying stuff.
Yeah. And the thing that's funny when you say that is like one of the articles, the one about Ezra's cult, literally cited a woman who literally, you can't make this up. I can't even believe this made the article, but said, I was with Ezra because I thought this was my time. This is my big shot to get into Hollywood. And when I saw that, I said, why would you put that in that article where you're literally saying this person's main intention was to get famous, and that's why they were there with Ezra in the first place?
Right.
What's this article about?
The article is about that the reason why the Flash movie may be so good is actually giving credit to Ezra Miller.
The star of the movie.
Yes.
The actual star. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And that's what we've been talking a lot about lately, William.
Why is your mic so hot? It's loud. It's extra loud. Usually it's either too quiet or too loud.
I don't know if I can control it from here. I can just lean back.
But no, we're talking about the fact that, a lot of people have come out and said, oh, well, he's probably not even going to be used in any of the promotion of the film at all. And he's going to hardly be in it. They're just going to focus on Batman. This movie's all about Batman because it's got 2 Batmans in it, possibly 3 Batmans.
Been saying this for literally over a year now. If you think that, I always say, open up your brain and flip on the switch, because that's just not going to happen. They're not going to work around the star of the movie. And even certain people who should know better, who have connections that allegedly and they're Hollywood, have been saying this dumb stuff. Math is undefeated. All right. Math has been winning since before we knew what math was. And if that math comes out in June and it's good, he's going to be back. And everybody can say, well, I'm not going to this, I'm not going to that. Then don't. All right. I think the problem is people think that the general audience cares about their opinion or has an opinion based on somebody, entertainer. My relationship with a person of entertainment or sports ends and begins on that field or on that TV screen. And when the law takes him off and puts him in the cage, I'll go watch something else. But Deshaun Watson, over and over again, 21 rape allegations, all right, $238 million contract, and Cleveland cheered him. Is that right or wrong? It's not up for a pundit to decide. It's free market. All right.
And wait, real quick, to add to what William said about general audience, the general audience doesn't even know who Ezra Miller is.
Yeah, other than the Flash, other than this movie,
right? Other than the Flash, like most people, when you talk to them, like some people, some general audience might have heard, but like when I ask random people, like when I was at work, they'd be like, "Oh, what are you covering on your YouTube channel?" I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I know I'm covering this Ezra Miller thing." They're like, "Who?" And then I'm like, "Ezra Miller, the Flash." Like, "Oh, isn't that person that like did some stuff and that they're in the headlines?" Like they don't even know, and they don't even care. They're like, "Yeah, I'm probably gonna see the movie either way." Like.
Yeah, it's not up to the customer to care about things based on any other person's given morals. Well, I don't think you should go through that. Then don't. But me personally, like I said, Kobe Bryant was on trial for rape during the NBA Finals. People were packing the arenas to see him. All right, and that's my guy. I'm from LA. You cannot assume that the customer cares, even if they know. All right, they have the right not to give a rat's ass about any of this stuff. Right. It's their money.
And the thing is, like I said, Ezra already, the stuff that they actually did, not accusations, but the stuff they actually did, they already faced the consequences. Like people are sitting there saying, "Oh, well, they got a slap on the wrist. The plea deal is them paying them off." I'm like, a plea deal just means that both parties had an agreement. They were convicted. A plea deal is a conviction, so they are technically convicted. But to say they're a convicted felon, that's not accurate. They're convicted, but not a convicted felon. A convicted felon is pretty much obtain, like they are in jail. Ezra is on probation, and again, even though they didn't have their freedom taken away from them, probation sucks. Okay, you still have to answer to somebody. You have to call your parole officer. You have to do mandatory drug tests. You have to check in all the time. I'm sure for a celebrity, maybe they have certain rules because they work, so they have to have time for their job, so they can't physically check in. But there's a lot that goes into it. So when people are on the internet saying, "Oh, how could they have this convicted felon?" They're not a felon. Please, people, educate yourselves.
Well, and plus the company, the studios are gambling right. They know what percentage of their audience spends enough time on the internet to make that type of decision. They know.
Right.
So if they decide that they're going to go forward with Ezra Miller, it's, to me, why this is news that if the movie makes money, that it would go forward. Why this is news that they would not try to hide. I listen to people on screens that I occupied, and I'm like, you seriously think they're going to spend extra money to work and market around the star of the movie?
Yeah.
So when we go to see this movie and Keaton's in it considerably, but not as much as the Ezra Millers that are in there and all this other stuff, and you think that if that movie makes what I think it could make, that he ain't going to come back? Like I said, math is undefeated. It beats fanboys every day. There's not a fanboy I know, including myself, that has defeated math. All right? So
there you go. All right, let's finish the article here. That's why I think the idea of Miller continuing on as Barry Allen persists here. The idea seems to be that the movie is so good and the Miller is likely very good in it. So rather than kicking them to the curb, so WB and DC have taken the position of attempting to work with Miller to ensure he gets the help and makes amends. And as such, why they may continue to be the Flash in the new DCU. Even though we do not have any distinctive Flash projects announced in Gunn's next few years' timeline. We'll find out how the movie really is in June, but I'm starting to get my hopes up. And I think that's, let's see what the comments are. What do you think the comments are?
Ezra's a criminal. How could they do that?
Hey, Paul, you included one use of he instead of they in the last paragraph. Just a heads up.
It happens. I'm still doing it.
Look, I try all the time, but yeah.
I jam my pronouns at least once a day, and I'm not trying to offend. It's just like,
right. It's not trying to offend anybody. Well, you know what, dude, we can't even talk about a childhood TV show that we watched without somebody trying to cancel us now, so who cares? Blueberry here says, replace him with Barry Keoghan and move on. He's gonna be the Joker. So good luck with that. But yeah, so it's very likely that we see that the Flash is really good, and that one of the reasons is because Ezra.
I think this Flash movie is going to cause some either problems or some second guessing and decision making. Because I got a question. Say the Flash. Let's say, for argument's sake, the Flash makes $1 billion, right? Okay, let's just say it makes $1 billion. We don't know how much it makes. And then Aquaman comes around and MILF Magnet pulls in his $1 billion, right? Now we've been told for all these years that we needed to reset and reboot and do all this stuff because what was going on wasn't working. But those two movies are what was going on, and they look like they may be working up to the tune of $1 billion. Now, what's going to happen if people gravitate to these movies? This is just a question, not an argument. If people gravitate to those movies and they latch on to what's going on there, is that going to affect what he does going forward? Because like I said, and this is why I always said, regardless of how you feel about James Gunn's slate, I don't think you make that move yet. I don't think you make that move until you see what you can do with what you had. Now he's there. You have 2 movies that come out that may do well. Is that going to be like oil and water? Is that going to force him to retain a good measure of what he inherited? I mean, for better or for worse. I'm curious to see how this goes down. Because once again, math doesn't lose. All right. And those shareholders are going to look at the money, and they're going to see what he has and what could potentially be, but they're going to look at Flash and Aquaman and be like, that's there now. We're making that money now. We have those customers now.
Yeah. And
Zazoff and Gunn have considerable amounts of bosses shareholders and a chief operating officer. So I'm curious to what could happen.
I'll say this. Sarah says if the Flash is the Hogwarts of legacy or the Hogwarts legacy of movies, then who knows for sure. I will say this. Jimbo asked me about it because Jimbo, does quantum gaming here on the Poindexter Lounge and said, I want to do, the game. What do you think? And I said, do it. Listen, I people coming at me trying to, with all this stuff, I'm respectful to everybody. I am absolutely respectful to everybody, but I'm not going to live my life in fear of every little thing and think it.
Why would you do it? Why would
I
you
wouldn't do that.
do
It reminds me honestly of people in the church, and you guys know what I do. And there's been people in the church over my lifetime that have sat there and they're like, well, we're not going to use this company because we heard that they support this, or we're not going to use that company because they support this. And the reality is you will not be able to walk outside your door if you are expecting to somehow agree with everybody. It's honestly, and I hate to say it, and I know that a couple people will say, you're ageist. No, I'm not ageist. I'm realist. And the thing is there are a couple people that I know who will put that on there, that and a lot of young people nowadays, they see this as if people don't absolutely agree with them, that they're going to somehow boycott them or cancel them or whatever. I say get out of here with that nonsense. I just don't care about all that stuff. I'm going to be as respectful as possible. I'm going to do what I can to not offend somebody, but I'm sorry. It's just like I said, William and I did a show months ago, and it just came up. It wasn't even the topic of the show. It literally just came up because somebody, I think in the chat, mentioned it, that something about the Dukes of Hazzard, and we watched the Dukes of Hazzard. And this is a black man, if you can't see.
Is he?
Very much.
I couldn't tell.
And you were telling a story about your dad. What did your dad do?
Yeah, he bought me the General Lee for Christmas morning. My dad, who grew up in the civil rights era, the Jim Crow era, bought me the General Lee because we watched every Friday night. Because in some areas, Dukes of Hazzard came on before Dallas. Dallas was his show. So it was the Hulk, Dukes of Hazzard, and then Dallas. So that was our family time. And we watched the Dukes of Hazzard. We watched it, which, by the way, was filmed in California, even though it was supposed to be in Georgia. And at that time, it just wasn't a big deal. And be honest with you, I have served in the South. I have gone to combat with people who have that tattoo on their shoulder and would pull me out of a burning anything, would risk themselves to do it because. And when you sit down and you have the conversation with them, it's like I said, it's a totally different conversation when you're sitting down talking to somebody and say, let's discuss both of our heritage. Yeah. And these are guys that we call them battle buddies. There's not a thing in the world. Like if I called this guy right now and said, dude, I'm under heat here in Vegas, he'd be on the plane. So it's a lot more complicated, but it wasn't something as an 8-year-old kid that was going to derail me from watching Dukes of Hazzard, man.
Well, and I've said it, and I know you said it too, man. Like, first of all, I have no use for the Confederate flag. I don't care about the Confederate flag. I don't fly Confederate flags. You will not find a Confederate flag in my house, except for the couple of Dukes of Hazzard toys that I have. And it's really funny because somebody came at me and William this week, and they literally tried to tell me, you need to sell all your Dukes of Hazzard stuff and give the money to Black Lives Matters, or if you really want to, ease racial tensions. And it's like, no, I don't. I'll ease racial tensions by, I don't know, being friends and brother and kin to the people of color in my life.
Oh, wait, you got two people of color on your channel right now.
Oh, you got army bases that are literally named after Confederate generals.
It's just it's just nonsense, man. It's just nonsense, and I'm sorry, but there's always something that you can pull out of your ass and try to make it be that somebody's evil or bad or whatever. Look, we grew up in the era in the 80s, especially. Everything was a car. Like every show had its thing, man. The Dukes of Hazzard, yes, they had that 69 Charger. you had Knight Rider that had, the Trans Am. You had A-Team that had the van. Hardcastle and McCormick had that, was it that Coyote?
Ferrari, it was a Ferrari Coyote. Miami Vice had several Ferraris.
Right. Miami Vice had, had all that, it's like, there's all these things. All those shows had cars that went along. Automan, even, for God's sake, had that Lamborghini, which was, it was what it was. But I'm just saying, I'm sick of people trying to rewrite history and act like history didn't happen. And I challenged the person to say, Smokey and the Bandit, you had the Trans Am, right? So what I said to the person was, tell you what, go watch the entire series of the Dukes of Hazzard. And then when you find something that's racist or whatever, come back to me. Come back to me. Because I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find something where the Dukes of Hazzard, the Dukes, are racist.
And another thing I'm against is when people dig up things from the 80s and then they try to say, dig it up and throw it back at people. Listen, if you weren't in the 80s, you got to understand we can't look at 2023 through the lens of 1984 and vice versa. We can't look at 1984 or 1982 through the lens of 2023. There was just a different time. It wasn't certain things just weren't deemed offensive. Soul Man today, if they released Soul Man with Thomas Howell,
and that's just wrong.
They would be rioting about that. But at that time, the 80s was Eddie Murphy could not exist. The 80s Eddie Murphy could not exist today with some of the stuff. He was Chappelle before Chappelle was Chappelle.
Yeah.
Chappelle barely gets away with it.
Yeah. Well, and he was even, I would say, probably pushed it a little bit further because of the stuff that he said. I mean, he was
him and Richard Pryor. Him and Richard Pryor was like they tried to do that today, but so you can't go back and say, well, what we were watching as 8-year-old kids, because now you've had the flag viewed in a historical presence and a violent presence because I got a toy back when I was 8. I'm not giving up that toy. If I had that toy today, I'd be getting it assessed.
Eat My Toxo says, and Fast and Furious has family. So there you go. All right. So the next story, and then stay tuned for William. He's watched Winnie the Pooh, and so I want to get to that. But I do want to touch base on this thing with Jay Oliva. Right? Because there are certain sides of the Snyder fandom, and we've talked about this, and I don't want to talk about this ad nauseum, and and just I'm not here to get into fights with people and all that stuff, but sometimes you just got to say things the way that they need to be said, right? I mean, Saggy, you and I talked quite a bit tonight about some things, and I'm really getting tired of hearing people, go on. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. So, yeah, what does Jay Oliva know? What is James Gunn know? This last week it was James Gunn said, he was talking about the whole sell the Snyderverse thing to Netflix, and William and I have talked about this, and kind of went back and forth a little bit on could they do it? Is it probable? We both said, yeah, it's possible they could do it, but it's just improbable the way that it's set up of how they would do it. But James Gunn said, look, Netflix has not shown any interest. They haven't come to us with anything, and I've talked to Zack Snyder, and Zack Snyder is busy doing his thing. He's busy doing Rebel Moon. He's really happy over at Netflix doing what he's doing. So he hasn't shown any interest. And, of course, nobody would accept that. Can't accept that. I mean, they're like, he's lying. He didn't talk to, he didn't talk to Zach. People talking for Zach again, which I think is funny, right, Saggy? Because the people who have talked for Zach the most are now tweeting stuff like, stop talking for Zack Snyder.
Right. That's literally the thing they say. Oh, people need to stop talking about entities that they don't know anything about. It's like, but you guys do? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not in the industry, but I think I have enough people that I've associated with in my past and currently that do work in the industry that will tell you you're wrong.
It's just crazy. I mean, it really is just crazy. So, so Jay Oliva was approached about this. So Clay Staub first wrote, "Nice to see an old friend," and he brought his flying fox too. So the flying fox is there with Batman, which is a good sign because let's be honest. Remember, the flying fox was destroyed, right, in Justice League, I believe.
It was prevalent in the Zack Snyder's Justice League, though.
What's that?
Correct. Yeah, it was destroyed in the 17.
Yeah. So, but it's here now, right? There it is. I've got one right here.
Of course you do. We have one. We have one. I need you to
I've
get
got
those
a flying fox right here, buddy.
We need to get those pronouns right. We have one.
You don't have squat.
All right, buddy.
You don't have squat. I have the flying fox because of my son.
I think it's huge, man.
Dude, this thing is really huge, and it props up like straight up in the sky, so that it's like a tower. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy piece of machinery there. Let me tell you. But yeah, so what's that?
I said machinery.
It's a crazy piece of machinery. Okay, so Jay, so that was what was said. He says it's good to see an old friend here. You know, Clay Staub obviously worked on this, and then somebody talked about how here it's disheartening that we will not get to see the Deathstroke and Batman movie, and then ask, can you at least ask someone to provide the script of that movie to Jay Oliva? Which, okay, like, why would you provide the script for that movie? But Jay Oliva answered and says, I'm sorry, but I don't own the script, nor do I know who would have that kind of power. The script is owned by Warner Brothers, and only they can do that as far as I know. Then Batman The Last Goodbye, who, by the way, welcome. I don't know if you're watching right now, but Batman The Last Goodbye just followed Poindexter Lounge on Twitter. Says, well, Jay Oliva, we are working on it. We started a little trend called sell Zack Snyder's Justice League to Netflix and sell Snyderverse to Netflix. As Zack said, hopefully cooler heads would prevail. Either way, we are thrilled to see what you got up your sleeves with the upcoming projects. So I've seen some people be negative about this comment. I'm not going to be negative about this comment because I've said I'm not mad at anybody for just using these hashtags. I don't think that everybody who uses these hashtags has a negative slant on stuff. I feel like there are some people who, again, they just want to see the thing continue, and they're going to do it in a controlled way. Like this statement right here, it's not rude, it's not threatening anybody. It's not going off on anybody. It's just, hey, like, we're working on it. I
was rude as hell to that person in my retweet, and I did not apologize for that.
Well, okay. So, you got your take on it. Everybody's got their own take on it, right? But Jay here said, thanks. Good luck with that. But I highly doubt it because WB will not want a competing universe studio to their main one. Plus, the licensing fees involved would be too high to make any business sense unless they were buying the characters like Sony did to Spidey. And I put in here, this is me, this is exactly what I've been saying. It creates competition to what they want to do. And as for those saying that it doesn't, I've already seen tweets saying things like they can make their woke crap and let us have ours. So there would be comparisons immediately. Why do that? And somebody answered me. Carrie here.
A bunch of us answered you.
Wow, I guess so. It said, I understand completely all the reasons WBD likely wouldn't make a licensing deal. I just know that I don't have confidence in WBD, so I get that. I said, I think that's fair. They said losing Cavill, Superman broke them. But then it goes over here. Gene's Ghost says, but Jay, it's the multiverse. We should be able to have more than one Superman. Besides, this is friendly competition. Is it friendly competition? I don't think it would be friendly competition.
See,
like
what they're asking
I think
for.
the businesses would, if they ever did it, would be friendly competition, but not the fans of this stuff would not be friendly competition.
Well, I've already told you where I fundamentally disagree with what Jay Leavitt said too. Much respect to him and his work, but I think they are when they speak about it, they're speaking to some of these guys who they want like 25 movies and they want to go forever and have a parallel universe going alongside what Gunn's doing. And I don't think not everybody wants that. I laid out my groundwork of the way it could help, and there's good business profit reasons why you should do it if you got the chance to do it, and you work out the parameters, limited license agreements. We do it all the time here. I mean, it's called negotiations, and there's really nothing that can't be. Fans don't do negotiation. Fans just talk. Fans get on YouTube, but people who organize these things negotiate.
Well, Larry, here's where I disagree with William, because I do agree, yes, and they said that they are going to do stuff on other networks, but it's got to make sense. And here's the problem with the Justice League stuff. If you're going to do live action Justice Leagues 2 and 3 and finish that story, as much as I would love to see it, the problem is not only you're going to have to license all of those characters, the entire Justice League, all those villains, all those side characters, man, Perry White, Lois Lane, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern now, like all these characters, you're going to have to license all of those. Everything that you see on screen will have to be licensed for them to use it. How much money is that going to cost? You're talking millions of dollars just for that. And William and I kind of had a little bit a friendly back and forth about it, and like you were saying, like 30 million. I'm like, there's no way that's 30 million.
No, but here's the thing, though. Remember what I said, though. You have baseline deals, so you guys are talking in raw terms. And
I get it. No,
hold on. It can happen. It's not probable. Probably, I had too many beats of that. Yeah. It's not probable because of the sheer willpower. But if somebody involved in here wanted to do this, it would get done. Period. All right, that's the one thing that kills it. From point A I just think it's too much money. I just think the money starts piling up. Because
here's the thing: it's not even just the money. You guys don't understand. Netflix is not even financially in a position where they could do it if they wanted to.
Oh, we understand that because we talked about even if like say Amazon did it, right? Somebody who just like is known for throwing money at things like they did with Lord of the Rings. They threw 500 million at that, right? But the problem is with that is that it's not comparable because Lord of the Rings is a classic piece that has a huge audience and IP. It's a huge IP. So whatever they did with it, I'm not a big fan of it, but it is what it is. The thing is that for 2 movies, you'd have to license. It's not like you're just licensing Lord of the Rings and you're going to say, okay, we're going to throw 500 million at this and we're going to get a payback on it. This is for 2 films. You're going to have to license all of these things. Then you're going to have to pay everybody, because Zack Snyder said himself, I did Zack Snyder's Justice League for free, but I'm not doing any more for free. So you got to pay him. You got to pay Stone Quarry. You got to pay the people who are going to make this film. And you have to pay all these actors. Think about the actors that would have to come back for parts 2 and 3. You got, of course, the Trinity. You got Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot, Ben Affleck. And then, of course, you got your Flash. You got, Ezra Miller. You got Ray Fisher. If you want to bring him back as Cyborg, you're going to need to. You got to bring in Jason Momoa as Aquaman.
By the way,
but you've got
none of this money is coming from Netflix, by the way. Regardless to who does it, none of this is actually coming out of their pocket. There are so many labyrinths and mazes the way this money gets moved around and re-leveraged.
But people have to see a return on their money.
The investors do.
Whoever invests this has to see a return. And I'm saying works. you got to bring back Harry Lennox as Martian Manhunter. You got to bring back Lawrence Fishburne. You got to bring back Amy Adams. You got to bring back Joe Manganiello. You got to bring back Jesse Eisenberg. You got to bring back Jared Leto. You got to bring back Amber Heard. You got to bring back all these people.
I mean, we don't got to bring back Amber Heard.
Well, you got to bring back Amber Heard. I'm sure that they would bring back Amber Heard.
We don't got to bring
at this
back
point.
Amber.
I'm sure that they would.
Okay, hold on.
But you got all that, and then you got the hold on though. Let me finish this because then you have the production cost. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Then you have the production cost of actually making the films, right? And I know that you said like do a series, but you were like talking about yesterday doing like 6 episodes. 6 episode series is not going to cut it for what was in those last 2 movies with Nightmare thing, you know, Nightmare World, and you know, and Dark Side and Fighting Dark Side and the
6 hour and a half
equation.
No.
Gosh, why am I having a brain fart? I'm having a brain fart because it's 3 a.m. What's the equation?
The anti-life equation.
The anti-life equation. Thank you. Why am I having that problem? But you got so that's all in part 2. I mean, so even if they use stagecraft technology, that is still huge. I mean, we're talking major money there still to make those movies. And I know, Larry, that they're not going to do the same thing as the storyboards, but there's a lot of that story that's still there, right? So you got to do all of that though. So you got to make the movie, okay? But you got to plus pay all those people. You are well north of $500 million at that point. And I don't know, even as a huge fan of it, that I love it and I want to see it, I don't know how you recoup that much money from something that is a part of a fandom. It's not even the whole fandom. So it's not like every DC fan loves this enough that they want to see it. I am now starting to, as much as I would love to just see it in live action, I'm starting to go with some people. And it's funny to me because I know there's a lot of people who got really pissed off about Dave the Film Junkie saying
the animation
or a comic or something like that. And people were like, oh, you betrayer. I hate you, Dave, and all this nonsense. And now people are like, well, you know, even if we got some animation, like a cartoon, it'd be really awesome. I think that's the only way that thing gets made, because otherwise there's so much money. I mean, there's so much money that would have to go
the actors alone, they're worth more than when they started. You have to pay them more than when they started, and they can't afford it right now.
Prefacing the fact that we already talked about the probability. None of that money comes from somewhere. But here's the thing, especially when it's Netflix, it's a different thing because you leverage. Right now, Netflix operates they've been operating at a $14 billion minus, right? But that's manageable. They still get financed. They don't finance single projects, and there's different ways to leverage money. So it may sound like a lot to us because it's not our cash, but I don't have a bunch of shareholders sitting on the sidelines with billions to leverage and get interest on. So that math works in their favor. But one thing that's been driving me crazy, off topic, guys, if I hear one more flipping person tell me that Warner Brothers doesn't have any money, just tattoo on your head that you don't know how these things work. Please stop it with that. Warner Brothers is not clipping content.
They have no money.
Warner Brothers is not clipping coupons. They are not desperate. Warner Brothers has, and I'm not just talking about this, I'm talking about in general. These studios will find the monies for the things that mean something to them. They just have to mean that much to them. All right. Warner Brothers is signing deals every day with guaranteed money for people. All right. They just spent money on a Super Bowl ad. They're going to spend a lot more money advertising the Flash. A Flash ad campaign is going to be north of $150 million. They're broke. Do you guys not understand where this money comes from? Because they're managing debt, that means they're broke. There are billionaires who claim bankruptcy that are still rolling around in Rolls Royces. All right, that's not how these monies work, guys. Stop it with that. I've seen that everywhere, not towards that person in particular, but where do these people get that Warner Brothers is broke?
Well,
because
so I'm gonna point something out. I'm gonna point something out real quick here, and then I'll go to you, Saggy. So listen, I have thought exactly, and it's funny because Jay basically has said my exact concerns He says, yes, it's a multiverse, but who's going to pay for it? A comic book movie costs $150 to $200 million to produce, and it takes at least 2 years to make. How is a streamer supposed to recoup costs? Warner Brothers isn't going to sell them ancillary rights like merchandising, etc. They won't own those characters forever. And then somebody brings up Rebel Moon and like, well, they're paying for Rebel Moon. That's got to cost some money. And he says, who owns Rebel Moon? The point is valid whether you want to accept it or not. Studios would rather spend money on IPs they own instead of making other studios money. He says, well, then how do you explain Glass Onion for Knives Out? It was owned by Lionsgate Disney. Netflix paid for the license. Why? Couldn't they made the same film without the license and called it something else? And Jay says, you really think Knives Out compares to the licensing fee the Justice League will require just to put them in a couple films? That's just the licensing fee for each and every DC character.
$450 million, though. That's a lot. That's a lot of money for.
That's not. He says here that's not even the budget of the film or marketing. And then down here he says, and yeah, we all know the WB has plans for these characters, so they aren't going to take a deal like that. Marvel sold Spidey during a time of bankruptcy. Warner Brothers isn't there. That's to your point, William.
Yeah, they're not.
Warner Brothers isn't there, and I doubt they would do such a deal in today's climate. And then there's more here under normal conditions. Says, I would agree with you. However, it's no secret the WB is broke and need money badly to fund Gunn slate. I don't believe that. I think that they've got the money to do it. Because somebody here says you've seen their balance sheet. There's a lot of people who are saying things, but it doesn't mean that it's the truth. And then here's the thing. Here's why I don't. Here's another reason why I don't agree. Because then people say things like this. You mean James Gunn doesn't want anything that might show him up. And that's the problem, is fans will kill this thing because they're rude and they want to show James Gunn up. They want this not only because they want it, but they also want it to just be because they want it to be in their eyes better than what James Gunn is doing, so that they can mock what James Gunn is doing and mock the DCU going forward. And then somebody says, you make it sound like all hope is lost and that it's the end of the story. What a shame. Okay. I'm sorry if that has to be the case, but you know,
that just links to the unprofessionalism of current and prior management. Yeah. Sloppy runways. Like I said, wrecked runways lead to crashed planes. You're not getting anywhere professionally.
Saggy Melons said something here. She says, OJ, Lord. A lot of smart people have been trying to tell these people the same thing, and it falls on deaf ears. They think they know better than the people who literally work in this industry. James Gunn, while they spend their careers on Twitter using hashtags and pushing false hope.
Well, you're on Twitter responding, so
well, yeah, but here's the thing, but I'm just gonna
you guys chose to engage.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is the problem, is that there's a lot of truth here though coming out. Just because it's on Twitter doesn't make it wrong or bad. What it means is that sometimes you got to look at it for what it really is. And I'm sorry, but you have somebody who's in the industry telling you, somebody who's worked on projects with Zach, telling you flat out, straight up, this is not going to work that way. This is not as simple as, hey, we just want to do this. Can we just license this for the weekend? You know, I mean, like, it's not like that. It's not some simple little thing when you're trying to license the entire Justice League while they're trying to make movies of the same characters. It makes no sense. Saggy, you were starting to say something.
This whole thing.
Saggy was starting to say something, so I want to make sure.
Oh no, I wasn't. Yeah, no, I was basically saying when it comes to like money, like William is right, and this is why I've said many times. Like, first of all, no one has any legitimate business talking about a business's finances unless they've seen the books. Unless announcement has been made, unless you can see the financial books, which is Peter Safran's job right now, you can't really sit there and say they have no money, because like William said, they had enough money to put out that trailer. They had enough money to pay the Super Bowl to get that trailer out, so they're clearly not hurting that much, because the Super Bowl, I think a service charge for that, they're pretty high to get a commercial on the Super Bowl. Okay, so they might be hurting a little bit financially, maybe, but again, there's a big difference between bankruptcy and being in the red. Now, you can argue that maybe WBD is in the red, That doesn't mean they're broke. That just means they need to make some money. And how do they do that? By putting out movies. So when people were talking about the Flash movie, they need to shelve it because of EZRA, or they need to shelve it because this YXZ. It's like, no, that movie needs to make money. That movie was a movie that was pretty much greenlit before the merger was finalized. A lot of the movie projects were.
2014.
Right. A lot of movies. Right. A lot of movies. Aquaman, Blue Beetle, Shazam, and The Flash were all greenlit with the old regime. Okay. These movies are made to make money. And right now, even if they are in the red, these movies, that's why right now, like, it's not, when nobody's saying it's not possible for them to do this, right? We're saying that right now, business-wise, financially, it's not possible. It's not what they want to do, okay? Their whole goal is they need to make money back. So the last thing they want to do is give their IPs for another platform to make money. And when people say, well, it'll be friendly competition, they want to put their stuff on HBO Max. Remember the DC streaming service that failed miserably, and that's why they're putting their stuff on HBO Max? Okay? So, again, I get, like, it's not saying that it's not possible. We're not saying it's not possible. There's always possibilities, but right now, how it's looking, it's not happening.
You have a higher possibility because, like I said, I have praised David Zaslav from the moment I thought he was taking over, but I think he's made a mistake here. I think they made the decision to go outside of the current people that he had out inside too soon before he saw what the ramifications could be of these two movies. Forget about Shazam, because that's going to be what it was, and Blue Beetle, all that. But you had two movies with major IPs involved in them. And now, like I said, you have this new guy who I do believe in as far as a storyteller goes, but you put yourself in a situation to where if these movies do well, what his slate may not be what dictates the pace as much as money does. Remember what I said about math and its wins-loss record, right? Mm-hmm. James Gunn's not beating math, all right? James Gunn is not beating math. So for those of us who may want to see some things continued, it may be leveraged in the fact that if the Flash pulls in $1 billion and Aquaman pulls in it's near $1 billion or anywhere near it, the shareholders are going to be like, you want to do what now? Like I said, because now we're playing a guessing game that could come to fruition 2.5 years from now. We got this money now. We got this energy now. We got Flash. We got familiar IPs up on our screen now. We know what those IPs can do under these circumstances. And I'm just wondering how we're going to put Brave and the Bold, an unknown Batman, in the face of several Batman that a lot of people know. You know?
Real quick, Force 1000 here with a $5 super chat. And I get it, man, but at the same time, I don't, because they already own this. They're already making merchandise from Zack Snyder's Justice League. There's already Darkseid shirts. There's Henry Cavill Superman shirts that are still being made, and merchandise and whatnot, and you know, like all the characters, Wonder Woman and all that stuff. There's already all this merchandise, so they already own all that merchandise. They don't need another movie to make merchandise.
But you get add-on contracts. I do know what he's talking about. So say, for instance...
well, he says here, WB... Well, thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. It says, WB would make bank if they maintain the rights to any merchandise made from a Netflix-produced Justice League.
That merchandise has to be generated, though. So say, for instance, right now we got Zack Snyder, we got Hot Toys, we got all this other stuff that's already there. But an additional storyline generates additional assets to that IP, so other contracts are signed, and they're pretty lucrative contracts. I couldn't believe how much McFarlane and all those clowns laid down. I'm like, what, dude? But he has it. He has that kind of cash, so I can see where he's coming from there. But like I said, no, it would be at least or limited license. And like I said, when you do a limited license, you determine the parameters.
Well, this is the problem. This is the problem that these people with this hashtag have, is that the hashtag is flawed even in itself. Because they're asking them to sell the rights. They're not going to sell the rights.
Limited license
to those characters. And Larry, I love you, bro. But he says, I agree with William. It's going to be really hard to sell new Superman and Batman actors to normies. Here's where I disagree with that. Here's where I absolutely disagree with that. We have not seen Henry Cavill on the screen as Superman. I mean, nobody went to go see Black Adam, so Black Adam doesn't count. We saw him for half a second, 2 seconds, whatever, and that movie just bombed. Nobody went to go see the movie. And that's my problem with this, is that, you know what? If they had gone to see the movie, I know William disagrees with this too, but if they had gone to see that movie and that movie had been gangbusters and made the money that it needed to make or whatever, we may be in a different position now. But the reality is nobody has seen Cavill as Superman technically since 2017. We've talked about Cavill, but it's all of us movie buffs. It's all of us who are fans who love Cavill and whatnot. The people have been ready to move on. So I think that it would be very easy to be able to introduce a new Superman at this point.
It's not the moving on that hurts him.
In a new universe, in a new universe, and a new thing.
Here's the thing, though, right? With that statement is that the issue I really have with these fans that are pushing for the Snyderverse stuff and saying that the Gunn's, it's like Gunn hasn't done a damn thing yet.
Right.
For y'all to already just assume that this shit's gonna be bad. Like, excuse my French, but like, you're saying like, oh, it's gonna be really hard to sell a new Superman and Batman. We don't know yet because it hasn't happened.
It has nothing to do with James Gunn. Here's why.
It's not gonna be hard. Let me finish my feelings, and I'll go to you, William. But okay, so Ford says here, I just don't want a Batman, Superman actors. I get that, because neither do I. I want Henry Cavill. I want Affleck. Those are the people that I want in those roles.
For how long?
But for I don't know, the foreseeable future, until their story's done, until
they're old and they're friggin' flying around and driving in a friggin' wheelchair.
They don't have to be old. They don't have to be old. But I would say for like what I would love to see is maybe for the next, Cavill around for a couple of movies of his own, and then maybe put him in a Justice League 2 and 3 and finish up that story and then let it move on. But the thing is so I get this. I truly understand when I'm saying what I'm saying. It's not about what I want. It's about what I see. And yeah, a fifth Batman. Unfortunately, Larry, you know what? Everybody is primed that Batman is just going to be whatever. I mean, we've got a Joker movie that's a standalone that's Elseworlds. We've got the Batman, which is Pattinson, which people like, but people are open to another Batman being played in a universe or whatever. We've got this movie coming out, The Flash, that has 2 that we've seen, and we're hearing 3 or more Batmans in it. So that could be another thing. I think people are just, especially when we're talking multiverse, when we're talking that we're going to see more multiverse things and stuff like that, it just opens itself up for all that stuff, and that's the storytelling of it. And I think that people, we have not been giving them a constant diet of the characters that we're saying that we love. There has not been consistent Ben Affleck Batman for people to fall in love with. And there's a lot of people who don't like Ben Affleck. We have not gotten a lot of Henry Cavill as Superman in like movie after movie after movie, where it's just like we're dedicated to him and the general public is dedicated to him. Sure, when the general public sees that there's the new Superman movie, they're going to go, oh, it's not the last guy. Most people will not even look at it and go Henry Cavill, because they don't even know Henry Cavill's name. And they'll just go, oh, so there's a new Superman. Okay, this one looks cool. Or this one looks dumb. You know what I mean? Like, that's how people do it, is they look at stuff and they go, this looks cool. That's why they see the Flash trailer and they go, wow, that looks cool. They don't know anything about all the controversy, and they don't know anything about all the DC infighting and all that stuff. All they care about, the normal person who goes out cares about, is, oh, that looks cool. Oh, it's a new Batman. I mean, they got used to it. The fact that there for a minute with back in the day, there was a revolving door of Batman. There was Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney. Then like 5 to 8 years later, we got the Dark Knight trilogy. Then we got Ben Affleck. Then we got now the Batman. It's a revolving door of who plays these characters now, unfortunately. And nobody, I don't think, is super connected to anybody right now. But that's my discourse on it. I would love to see one thing. I would love to see it stick for a while and stay, especially Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck, because I believe them as the characters. Unfortunately, I just don't see how I don't see, William, how you think that it's going to be such a big deal trying to convince people of this when literally people are now used to new actors all the time.
It will,
especially since it's a new world. It's a new thing.
Okay, so barring, doesn't matter who does this next Superman or how they do it, what the problem you're going to have is, this is what when we deal with the general audience, is that you have, and whether it's valid or not, people have an image of these characters in their head going back. You still got people looking for Christopher Reeves Superman. Now, every time you introduce a Superman, no matter how great Superman legacy is, it's not going to matter. It takes time, and that's okay. And that's why the people who ran the company before were such idiots, because it takes time. People hold on to these IPs for what they mean to them at whatever point in their life they are. They have a death grip on them. That doesn't mean that they're not going to give your new Superman or Batman a chance. It just needs that they need time. So if this new Batman or this new Superman comes out, and it don't be surprised if it doesn't make a lot of money. Doesn't mean that it's not.
I don't think it's going to make a lot of money.
Yeah, but doesn't mean that you can't loosen that death grip over time. Because if you look at the way people felt, like even with Cavill in 2013 when you had the whole Marvel versus DC idiot diaper war going on, and then the way some of those same people have evolved to now. A lot of those people look at that version of Superman favorably. You just have to understand that right out of the gate, these movies are going to be like a kick in the balls, because you're always going to have those people, no matter where they are at in life, that Christian Bale's are going to always be their Batman. But that doesn't mean I can't pry that death grip off of them and get them easy. It's just going to take time. And sometimes that time results in math that doesn't work for shareholders. There's no reason that those clowns back in 2013 to 2017, if they were just stuck with the plan, we would be doing this already. But you have shareholders now, if they have stupid ass expectations, like the $1 billion expectation for a new Superman movie, that's stupid. So if they have that, they're setting themselves up for failure. But yeah, it does matter when you are going to have a hard time introducing a new Superman and Batman, just because those are generational characters that people just have that death grip on. And you just have to know that as a company that, okay, did we make a good movie that we can continue on? Which they couldn't make that decision with Man of Steel. But like I said, if you go over time, people have a different opinion. They evolve to the point where they can accept a different person here or there. But you're making these movies in real time. That doesn't mean in 2025 that it's gonna be, people are gonna be ready to let go.
That's 2 years from now. What do you think, Saggy? Do you think that people are willing to accept new people in these roles?
I mean, I'm surprised that people aren't used to it at this point. How many Batmans and Supermans have we had throughout the generations? Right. I mean, they got to keep these characters alive somehow. But the thing I saw, like when somebody's like, well, why can't they keep Ben Affleck's Batman? Because he said he didn't want to do it. He said he didn't want to do it anymore. It's a lot for him. Like, when an actor tells you that a role was so stressful that they relapse, it's like, maybe you should step back. And mind you, I've been saying this for people who claim to be fans of Ben Affleck. Do you not know that his big break in the industry, even though he did start off doing acting gigs, his passion was writing and directing, which is what really set him out there. Like when he made that movie, what was it, Good Will Hunting?
Good Will Hunting. He won for best
screenplay. Right, exactly. He made that with Matt Damon. That's what skyrocketed their career. And yeah, they do acting. I'm sure they love both. Don't get me wrong, but like it's crazy that people who claim to be fans don't know that Ben Affleck's passion has always been writing and directing. You can go back to his early interviews and where he explains that. And I mean, no, I know what you're gonna say. Like I get it, but like people in the chat too, like wasn't that years ago before he got sober? But it's like, again, he let him do what he wants to do. If Ben wants to come back as Batfleck, cool. But right now, he says he doesn't want to. He was offered a job with James Gunn. He said, well, Ben Affleck can come back and make a movie, work on one of these projects. I'll take that because Ben Affleck's talented. He can create very good projects. So that's just my take on it.
I think the bottom line here overall is no matter what, a fan is going to be a fan. And what I saw, listen, I didn't jump behind the 214 movement simply because, like I said, starting off business dynamic wise, I don't think it will work simply because of sheer willpower. But I saw those people get attacked, and I saw certain people get. I'm like, how hard is it not to engage? If somebody wants to believe, like I said, in Santa Claus, let them believe. If I want to believe that I'm going to win megabucks and I want to hold out a sign that says I'm going to win megabucks today, and I got a balloon with a dollar sign on it, let me believe that. I mean, what do you need to engage me? What's that going to change?
Yes.
Well,
I mean,
I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to solve that for a lot of people. I mean, but I mean, like everybody, is different. Well, Kenneth is right, and we've seen this before, and this is one of the things that I've used on people who just don't get it. That like I love Christopher Reeve, man. I really do. I love Christopher Reeve, but for God's sake, at some point, we got to move on, right? We can't keep like pining for what was. We got to move on, and
it's how you move on. It's how you move on. That's
exactly. But even Christopher Reeve said, that he knew that he was a custodian of the character for a certain time, and then at some point he was gonna have to give it up, and he did. And he did walk away from it because he was frustrated with it. One of his major frustrations was how his character, his version of Superman, was portrayed. He thought that his character was portrayed in a cringy way, that it was the cheesiness of it and everything. He said, yeah, there needs to be some of that in Superman, but also the idea that Superman needed to have a serious, bend to it. And I don't know, man. I want Henry Cavill. It's going to be a hard sell for me. Whoever else, comes into this, I think it's not going to be something simple that I just go, oh yeah, he's Superman. It's going to take a minute, and
it's going to take some years.
But I'll say this: after seeing Cavill as Superman, they're going to have to give me a Superman that is that buff. Don't give me skinny jeans wearing Superman now.
Tyler Hoechlin, come on. Bring it.
No, Tyler Hoechlin can stay on TV for the next season and then go home, because I don't even see Tyler Hoechlin as Superman. And you can all come at me, and I'll in a friendly way tell you that you ain't gonna change my mind. I like the show sometimes. There are things about the show that I like, but this nonsense that this is the perfect Superman is just that nonsense. That is not. His Clark Kent is all over the place, and he's indecisive and not in the good way of like trying to figure out who he is and all that stuff. He's just indecisive in general. He's the least interesting character on the show sometimes, and that bugs me. But speaking of things that don't bug me but might bug William there. H. Bart's here with a $5 super chat says, I once read that Marco Polo was a friend of William when William was in his 50s. LOL.
I'm not in my 50s yet, so there. But like I said, I think this is all with some patience. I actually think these next two movies are going to, what in the world? What was that?
It's Blue Butthole. That's one of the movies coming out from.
What is
Blue Butthole the movie?
Here?
Blue Butthole the movie.
Oh, jeez.
Mean Geeks coming soon.
Mean Geeks.
This one's my favorite. The Fandom Menace Babies.
Mean Geeks are already here. Coming soon. Yeah, but it's going to be interesting.
About coming soon.
I'm going to get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point. You come in my face, I'm going to fight you.
Why'd you highlight William like that?
Boy, I'm coming hard. You come in my face, I'm going to fight you.
I'm going to...
Oh, yeah, why are you putting...
I'm going to come on you like nobody's ever come on you before. Just you and I getting it on like two men should do.
Why are you doing this to William? What did William do to hurt you?
Here, let me see this.
This is crack. Rock cocaine.
That sounds about accurate. That sounds about accurate. Oh, shoot. Why you do William dirty like that?
Yeah, but guys, capitalism will answer all of these questions that we just brought up. Capitalism will win out on all of this. James Gunn could come out and give me a slate of 20 things that he's planning to do, and he could legitimately be planning to do that. But I'm telling you, if the MILF Magnet in his sequel pulls in $1 billion with Momoa, and this Flash movie does that, it's it's going to be hard to go into that boardroom and say, okay, by the way, let me give you Creature Commando. All right. That is not a fan conversation. That is a greedy old man, greedy old lady with golf courses that they owned and hedge funds conversation. So it's especially if what's been seen like he's doing, because what he's doing is a major risk. Embarking on a new Superman and Batman of any kind is for the reasons we just saying, are a major risk. Are they going to want to take that risk? Are they going to want that MILF money? You know.
Did you say milk money or MILF money?
MILF money, because Jason Momoa brings in MILF money. The good majority of the billions he's going to bring is those moms, all right? And they're bringing those kids.
Brings in the MILF money, okay.
That's what he does.
H-Bar's here with the $2 super chat says, can we get Cavill back when he's 80?
Probably look like he does now anyway. Hollywood doesn't age like that.
That's true, man. I bet you he'd look pretty good. But so that's it. I look at it this way. People need to stop arguing with people who actually work in the industry and acting like they know something that they don't know. Okay? Like I said, the hashtag is actually flawed in the beginning because they're not going to sell the rights.
Well, they ain't going to spell license. That's too hard.
I guess so. I don't know, man, but it's flawed anyways because you're not going to sell the rights to Netflix or Amazon or anybody else. They're not going to sell the rights. That's not how it works. And that shows me a fundamental issue with some of this stuff is that people aren't thinking. And I said it last night on Max's stream, and I was talking about it again today, is the fact that the problem with these hashtags right now is that these hashtags are not about what the mission really was of the Snyder Cut movement. These are people who were not there when other people were doing things. Where were these people when people like Nicotina was putting things together like Us United? And, and that was a hashtag Us United. And it was strong because people got behind it. Also, because people like Nicotina were doing that in support of what? AFSP. It was about a purpose. It was about a mission. It was about supporting Zack Snyder in his goals and making something right for him and in honor of his daughter, Autumn. It had a purpose. Now, it has no purpose. It's just, hey, look at us. We want this. Give us what we want. We want. Now, I was told after today, we were on Twitter and we did a, what are they called, Saggy? Where'd Saggy go?
Is she sedated again?
I don't know. What are the things on Twitter called? Spaces. We did a space today, and we talked about this. And apparently, somebody from that group was listening, and now they're saying they're going to get T-shirts for AFSP. You know what? It's too late for that. You already showed what you're about. Okay. These people have already showed what they're about. It's about me. It's about me. It's about what I want. I want this movie. I want these characters. I want. None of it has been giving back at all to something like AFSP or any other organization or anything. And it has made it so that that the people who are organizing are not getting everybody to do this. We've seen in the past hashtags go hundreds of thousands of tweets, over 1 million tweets. And this one got a couple 100,000 tweets on the both. Plus, you got 2 different hashtags. You're splitting up your own thing. It makes no sense. And you're telling people to sell the rights to it, which they're not going to sell the rights to it. And when you add all that up, the reason why it feels different, the reason why it doesn't have the kind of support that it should, is because it's not rallying the troops. It's not rallying people to, we know who started the hashtag, Larry. We know. It was the Cool Table people, Skywalker and that bunch. And then it was promoted by, Sil Abdul and Mikey and stuff. And look, I don't have anything personally against them. I want to make that very clear. I don't have anything personally against them. I just completely disagree with the way that they've gone about things and the way that they're doing things. And I think that it makes them look very It makes things look very suspicious, and it makes things look really weird when you're talking about stuff like this. Because again, the people who were organizing before, the people who were organizing things like getting a banner, they got a banner for this thing about, sell the Snyder Cut thing or sell the Snyderverse thing. Nowhere on there is AFSP. Nowhere on there is a way to support, something that matters. Nothing. That bothers me. That bothered Andre when Andre and I talked about Nicotina, because back in the day, the people who were organizing these things, they had goals and they had missions and they had things that they wanted to do. That's why we've given $1 million to AFSP to save lives. But I've seen people literally say, oh, well, and none of it means anything. Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't mean anything now. And all the money we raise doesn't mean anything. All that money goes to an organization that is saving people's lives. It does mean something. Regardless if you get to see your favorite Superman or Batman or anything, Zack himself said before the Snyder Cut came out, said to all of us, if the movie never comes out, you guys were still successful and you won because you made a difference through AFSP. So I'm just saying, I think that you gotta... It's got to be done right, and right now it is not being done right, and it's about people's egos. And
certain people. Because there's a lot of us out here that are just like me. Yes. I speak in the language of cash. So when someone brought up the Netflix things, I immediately went down to dollars and cents how it could happen. I didn't really listen to other opinions like that, and that because I didn't hear anything that spoke in the language of cash, which is what I have to speak in. But as far as that goes. Most of us, like I said, saw the trailer, and for the first time in a long time, DC had an event-level movie, which is an indictment, by the way, of the previous regime. Too little, too late. This is how everything that they did during the 5 to 7 years that they had should have been approached. Walter Hamada would still be here, whether you like him or not. If Walter Hamada would have had plans on building what you're about to build with the Flash, instead of trying to give me Z-listers, and I know some of you guys love Blue Beetle, congratulations. But that doesn't move the needle like what the Flash did. All right, that's how you do it. You make these event films, and then in between you put in Black Adam, in between you put in Shazam, and you make your money like that. So we now have an event movie. To be honest with you, more and more I'm going to start shifting away from this kind of stuff to that, because I think these event movies we're going to get a lot more out of them than I think people can understand right now. Capitalism. Like I said, I'll say it over. I'm make these T-shirts. Math is undefeated.
I can't speak for everybody, Fourth, but I will tell you this: the majority of the movement did not feel that way. Yes, we wanted a movie, but it was the reasoning behind why we wanted the movie. It was not just because we liked a movie. It was because it was to right a wrong, because Zack had been done wrong, and yes, the troops rallied behind that. But it was done properly. Yes, we had people who scoffed in our face and said it doesn't exist and whatnot, and then Zack would say it does and everything. But you know what? There was a completely different level of how people did things, how people came together. There were people from all different walks of life. Now it's like it segregates people. It's a bunch of people. They're bringing race into it, and they're attacking each other, and they can't even stay on target. And so getting a movie was part of it, but it was also to do good. And that's why there were so many events that all centered around helping AFSP. And here's the thing with AFSP, I'm sorry if you felt that it was weird attaching that to it, but the whole movie is dedicated to Autumn. If you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, what does it say? For Autumn. It was because of what happened. It was because Autumn passed that things went down the way that they did. That Zack stepped back from Justice League during the time that he did, right? So, like if that's the case, I don't know what to tell you. But none of this that has come out. And look, I was one of the first ones, man. I remember sitting in BVS Comes Home when they showed Batman v Superman. Here they showed it in Detroit, and we went down there, and then again we watched the Snyder Cut at the same thing. We're getting ready to go watch Watchmen next month. But the thing is that we use the term, restore the Snyderverse. In the song that I made, associate producer, there's a whole part in there that talks about restore the Snyderverse, because I was fully on with that, and I am on with that. I would love to restore the Snyderverse, but to the extent that some people have tried to hijack the fandom that is behind that and make it about them, and we're seeing artwork that depicts Superman decapitating people like James Gunn and doing horrible things to people and threats and all that stuff. I'm sorry, but
see, they stole our shit, man.
Yeah, they did.
It was camaraderie. It was camaraderie, because to be honest with you, even though these, to me, it was always resolve the Snyderverse and put it into it. And once you put that into it, then I'm still going to be comrades of the people I've met over the past 3 or 4 years. That's really not going to stop. I'm still going to be comrades with Film Junkie and everything else. I still want to get together with people. I think that, and this is what's so tragic about it, is I can't expect the people who aren't the ones that are doing all this to be the loud, vocal ones all the time. They're just being normal, watching the movie, enjoying it, and waiting as things come. But I feel like the majority of us, and it is a vast majority of us.
Yes, I agree. We are the majority.
What I would like, and I know I'm not going to get this, is it's like you give fire oxygen, it will burn forever. This part of the fandom continues to run like a nuclear engine because we keep the reactor going. I would like for all of us who are pragmatic to just step away from these guys. There's nothing to be gained by giving us oxygen. We have each other.
I'm getting content for it, so
fourth people participated for over 4 years, being told that it didn't exist. So, just off of the things that that we were told, that it was for Autumn, that we were trying to raise money for AFSP, that we were trying to do those things. I mean, I can't speak for everybody and what their
motives.
What their motives were. All I can tell you is the majority of people who pushed for the Snyder Cut, had a greater good in mind. And Zach even alluded to that and talked about it. I mean, came right out and said, said that, Enosh, why are you not playing these random clips anymore? I need some fun during the drama. Okay, let me find you something fun. Here's for the guy that said that I was flaunting my sex life.
Hey, teacher, when are we actually going to use any of this?
You? Never.
Yeah.
Oh, here's an oldie but a goodie, because this is William's favorite drop.
That one actually didn't bother. That one bothered a whole bunch of them. That one's nasty, but why would you request these things, people? We were on a whatever.
Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper.
I threatened to play that. I threatened to play that at Spider-Man when he came out for Spider-Man No Way Home. He threatened to leave. I'm like, you were not going to leave Spider-Man No Way Home if I play. I didn't do it, but he was like, don't do that to me, man.
You should have.
Nah, we're not a cult. We're not a cult. Trust me.
It's not a cult. These are just friends who do everything I say, offer me their bodies for sex, and occasionally kill people in my name. Does that sound like a call to you?
Hey, Saggy, I have a legit question. This is not me attacking you, though, because you just said that you engage with these guys for content. Does that help us?
Well, I want you to put it in my ass.
Seriously, though. I mean, you see what I mean, though? I'm going to ignore that drop, but you see what it, because it's like I said, that's the oxygen that keeps that end going, because it's like
See,
I meant to cut it off. I meant to cut it off.
So
Sorry.
it is content for me because I monetize haters, but for the most part, it also brings a little bit of awareness. You'd be surprised how many people who were part of that group who have literally like listened to the spaces, listened to my channel, listened to things I tweet, and they message me and they're like, yeah, it's getting a little crazy. You are spot on. And I've been starting to see that. So it does kind of help some people kind of realize like what they're a part of, and that they are like that side of that fandom. It's become a cult, and it's not about Zach. It's about the people that are, running these movements. That's why I'm really against the movement. It's not even about that. It's like the people who are part of that, who started that, who are pushing that. The people don't know the kind of vile, disgusting people they are, and what they've done.
They're adults, though. Is it up? Can't they? You when you're an adult, you adult. Part of being an adult is finding things out and making judgment calls based on.
How do they find out the information?
The same way a lot of people find out other information. Listen, Enosh, when I first met you, didn't we have I judged you as a good character to associate with, right? And vice versa. We are grown men. That's what grown people do. And I understand where you're coming from. And I understand the motive now. You should answer that question. But my question is, does it do more if we're trying to separate this to where we get back to the camaraderie we have? When we were at, when COVID, where we were at, when we were on streams, and a lot of times people were getting through their issues because we were streaming and stuff like that. If we want to get back to that, what good does it do? Does it, to engage these guys and to keep their nuclear engine going? We could be using that nuclear power to get back to AFSP, to get back to discussing these things in a much lighter fashion. I love, for the time we talked about the Flash trailer, we were having fun making theories of cool stuff for the first time in a while. I mean, can't we be using that energy to get back to that and engaging these guys? Listen, let these grown people figure out what they're in. When you're in the ocean and there's piranhas, you figure it out one way or another. You get bit, you get out of the water. I mean, do they need us to do that? And are we just basically perpetually keeping this going? These are not cool conversations to have. I want to have conversations about, like you were saying, is that the Black Flash in there? Is that, is that Dark Flash? Or is this, where does, what Supergirl is this? These are the common conversations that, that I think do more for us in general, the movement that we started. Because remember, the original movement was the one I got involved in, the one you got involved in. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see the sense in engaging.
I mean, I make it my personal business, which I don't really care if people care, like, oh, why is it your business? Because I make it my business. Because one thing I care about is fans. I'm very fan oriented because I am a fan. I've been involved in a lot of communities where I was in charge of pages for actors who had fan bases, and I've seen the ugly side of it. And I think that as content creators and as people who are like leaders in our own respect, right? Because like when we say leaders, we mean like as content creators, we have an audience, we build a community, but they're here for us, right? So I feel like it's our responsibility as the leaders to lead and lead by example, and the example being honesty, integrity, not taking advantage of our fan base, because there are vulnerable people that are in these communities. There's vulnerable fans that don't really see anything because they just think they're supporting the people because, oh, I like this person, or this person is fighting for me. And it's all like smoke and mirrors. And I'm very heavily against that. I care about fans. I think fans deserve better than what they've been getting for the last few years with YouTube content creators, with people that are using movements to exceed themselves and their status and get their money. And it doesn't go to what it's supposed to be. And William, as much as I understand it's not everybody, it needs to be addressed, because fans, sometimes they need someone to tell them the harsh truth. Is like, hey, you're being scammed. You're being bamboozled. These people don't care about you. They don't care. They don't even probably know who your names are. They don't know your faces. They're never going to care about you more than what you can do for them. And that's why I push back against it. It's not like it's, and I get it. Like for some people, it's not their thing to kind of fight people. You just want to have fun. And that's fine. I'm not telling nobody to have fun, but I will fight when it comes to these fans, because sometimes they don't know. They don't know the type of people that they are platforming. And that's where I'm like, you know what? I'll be the one to tell you. And then you can, and then after that, if you still want to support, hey, I did my job. You were informed. That's all. That I've done my job. If you don't listen, that's on you. You spend your money how you want, but you have a right to know where it goes to. That's why when Enosh brought up the whole t-shirt thing, I was pissed. I said, guys, and I'm going to tell you guys this too. If you want to donate to AFSP, do not give your money to anyone. You go to that website and you donate to them directly. Because the one thing that these people do, if it goes into their bank accounts, you don't know where that money goes. You don't know if they donated it.
Well, and I will say this. When we did our big AFSP thing with Ray Fisher and Ray Porter, all of the super chats went directly to AFSP, but it was all done through YouTube because I could set it to go directly to AFSP. I didn't have to send the money to AFSP. If anybody gave a super chat that night, it went directly there. YouTube doesn't take any of the money out of it because it's going to a charity. And you could see literally on the thing that it said all money was going to AFSP. You didn't have any doubt about that. None of that money, none of those super chats that came in that night went to me. We raised over $1,000. I think we raised about $1,300 altogether. But we went over $1,000 that night, which was amazing, and it was so much fun to have those two guys on at the same time and talk about that. I mean, Ray Fisher even did his dark side voice, which was awesome. But yeah, I mean. But the thing is it was on the up and up. It wasn't like, oh, trust me, just give a super chat and I'll get it. I'll get the money to him. I agree with Saggy. If there's not something that says, hey, this is going to AFSP, like directly.
Well, YouTube should be. Somebody could have reported them.
Don't do that.
Down. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't buy something in the hopes that it's going there. Because even Teespring. I use Teespring right now for our merchandise and stuff. So if you go to our Teespring store, there, but they even have a fundraiser thing where I can set that where I don't see any of that. That all the profits would go to the charity of my choice, and it goes automatically there. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do, and you can rest assured because you see it actually on there. Don't trust that somebody's going to do the right thing because that's just, unfortunately, it's just not how the way that works. But
respectfully to both of you, I'm just going to do it a different way. I can respect with how both of you guys. I just wanted to know because I cannot allow these people to live rent free in my head because there's too much good.
But they don't live rent free though. That's the thing. They don't live rent free in my head. Like I said, it's about the fact that.
No, I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm talking about in general because I've been in situations where it's like your people are making a part of the day to go after and engage these guys. And like I said, I have there's just so many places I can put that positive energy towards what we're doing than take the spotlight that I would like to be put on us and what we're doing and put that spotlight on some other clown. It's just not, I'm just not going to do it.
But see, the benefit of fighting back though, William, is that they see that there are people who don't have that same energy, but at the same time, there are people who they behind the scenes are upset with what these people are doing, but they won't vocalize it because to them, they just see an angry mob, and not everybody is equipped to fight an angry mob. So they'll stay silent and they won't fight, but they'll see people like me. They'll see people like Enosh. They'll see people pushing back against these false narratives. They see these actors and directors pushing back on these false narratives. And what it does is it does empower them to have a little bit more strength to use their voice and say, no, I don't agree. I don't agree with this. I think it's wrong. And we can do it in a better way, like William says. And that's, like I said, that's why I fight, because it lets people know that there are fans out there, there are people out there that aren't going to take the bull crap anymore, that we are going to sit here and push back against the false narratives and people taking advantage of fans and their hopes and in general, like fans like you. Like if you weren't a smart person, William, you'd be buying into this stuff like
that's my ass though. That's my fault. I'm a grown ass man. I listen, I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think it's up to everybody else to save everybody else. When you say lead by example, that's what I'm going to do. When I get on a stream, I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to not, call somebody a name, a YouTuber name. I'm going to focus on my stuff. I'm going to focus on, and I'm not saying you have to do this, but I think there's got to be a better way to get us back to focusing on our core things that brought us all together. And like I said, I don't think we need to save these guys. You got up in the morning, you put your shoes on, you put your pants on, you put your shirt on, and you can turn on a computer. Save yourself. All right.
Yeah, but not everybody's there, man. Like I know. I stand with you on that for most of the time. Like most of the time, it's like, hey, you know what? You guys got to act like adults and get your stuff together. The problem is that this fandom is so, because this fandom started out of begging for something almost. Okay, this fandom latches on to every little bit of something it can get, and I'm going to be honest with you. There's just a lot of people who are very desperate in this fandom. There are some people who are very smart. They're looking at it very smart. They look at it business wise. They look at it like you and I do, where we can have a conversation about it. We may not even agree about it, but we have a conversation. It's a good conversation. People enjoy the conversation. Obviously, there's 68 people still here. If you haven't, please hit the like button.
I'm about to say it right now. I'm about to do it.
But you know what I mean. But please hit the like button. But it's an engaging conversation. The problem is not everybody's there, man, and not everybody is understanding the dynamics of what's happening in the fandom, or who's doing what and who's it's because there's a lot of people, honestly, who are hiding their douchebaggery, for lack of a better term. They hide it well. They treat me in certain ways in private. They treat Saggy certain ways in private, or in DMs, or in streams, or like they go off and they get in their little group and then they try to convince people that Enosh is this horrible person or Saggy is this horrible person. They chop up videos, or they take videos out of context and they say things and they do things. And the problem is that if left unchecked long enough, I've watched it. There are people who leave. There are people who are convinced but there are people to this day who were great friends of this channel. And it bothers me greatly, still to this day, because there are people who follow these other channels and these other people who have told them, who have poisoned their mind against me. When I didn't change, I didn't one day wake up and choose violence and said, hey, this is how I think now, or whatever. I'm just giving the information as I see it, and everything is not always positive and roses, and you're going to get everything that you want. And so then when I was asked about it, when I've been asked several times about like whether or not I believe scoopers and whether or not I should, believe we should get into that. And I was just like, no. And I started off just going, no, I just don't think so. And then it got worse and worse and worse. And then I saw people being taken advantage of. And yes, in the bigger scheme of things, it's on them. But you know what? I also think that I'm not, look, I don't want to make my whole channel, daily going on about people and going back and forth with people. But I understand what Saggy's saying is that sometimes you do have to speak out and say, look, this is wrong. You need to, you as a consumer, you as a fellow DC fan and as friends of my channel or were once or whatever, you need to understand that this is the type of people that you're following, and, and take a real good look at it and understand their character. Fourth 1000 here with a $5 super chat says, if the studios had their way, they would have none of the fighting. They'd pull a lever and flush both sides of the vocal fandom down the toilet.
That's they care about money.
Yeah,
neither side, to be honest with you, is speaking the language of cash. Cash, by the way, you don't have to be bilingual to speak cash. Everybody can speak cash. You just have to want to. And when you start speaking cash, remember how they want you to get more with honey? More with honey than you do with salt or whatever. I don't know. The saying is, you speak cash. There's a lot of people from all walks of life because everybody speaks cash. Shareholders speak cash. And like I said, these next two movies, if we speak that kind of cash, it's going to be real interesting to see where this goes. If they will allow, because like I said, Zaslav could say, I got your back. And Gunn could say, we're going to do this. But, he puts the TM right in the thing.
That's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt.
But yeah, it's the language of cash. And like I said, the hashtags have become white noise to me simply because they're easy to ignore now. Cash doesn't get ignored.
That's true.
So
all right, well, hey, so that's a great topic. I mean, that's what the topic is. I just saw Jay. Is it OLIVA or OLIVA?
I think it's Jay OLIVA. I've heard it saying.
Yeah, I've heard it Jay OLIVA. I just think it's interesting that there's a side of the fandom that anytime James Gunn says something, oh, he's lying. I talked to Zack Snyder. No, you didn't. Like, there's no interest from Netflix. You're lying. Jay OLIVA says, look, guys, this is what I see. I work in this industry. Nope, you don't know what you're talking about either. I'm not saying that we have to blindly follow people and that they're always going to be right. I'm just saying, like, maybe cut back on this, because all of a sudden everybody becomes an enemy. When Henry Cavill, was in Shazam, it was, Henry Cavill is turned his back on the real Snyder fans because he's in Black Adam. Right.
That kind of stuff is just,
and it's nuts, right? It's like he's turned his back on Zack, Snyder. Well, and then it's weird because then, like, they announced that they're doing Man of Steel 2 and they're doing all stuff, and then Zack Snyder actually shows up in that podcast episode and congratulates him on coming back to be Superman, right? So that makes no sense. So tell me how that makes sense. But it's poisoning people's minds to think, oh, this actor is bad because he did this. Oh, he didn't tweet out this. He didn't tweet anything. So, oh my gosh, like he's this. Jason Momoa. People were mad at Jason Momoa because Jason Momoa told the joke in Peacemaker about Aquaman having sex with fish. It's a joke. If you watch Peacemaker, you understand that none of that is meant to be serious. You got a character that is jealous of these big characters and is trying to say things like that to get out, just like people do. Okay, so it's a joke, but you got people who are like, oh man, like Jason Momoa and Ezra, they turned their back on Zack because they were in Peacemaker. Stop it. Everybody's not the enemy, and that's the problem. Is I'm not looking for enemies. I'm looking for people to just act normal and to nerd out about stuff. William, that's the Poindexter Lounge is for. That's what we're here for. But in the same breath, in the same token as that, I would say when I see people doing things like that, taking advantage of people, like Saggy said, and doing that. I can't just stay silent, but I want to transition because I feel like we've exhausted that, and I want to thank everybody in the chat for all your comments. I think there's H Barts has a $5 super chat. Says I'll bring this up. I consider RJ a friend. I do as well, but I think he should lay off attacking the cult people and just go about doing his day-to-day life. I agree with H-Barts. I agree with that. Look, there are some people. Look, H-Barts. There are some people who I think are equipped to have daily, discussions about stuff. But even that, I don't think. Like even Saggy and I have talked about this. I've told Saggy sometimes too. You need to take a break because it does affect you. It does affect you. Yeah. Yeah.
I take a break though.
Yeah. But sometimes we need to take a break because it's mentally draining.
Not right? For me. I love this shit.
Yeah, but Saggy. Well, I don't know about that. You and I have had a couple of conversations where it's been mentally dragging.
Oh no, yeah, no, like personal drama does, but this stuff, I love this stuff.
Well, I'm just saying it's mentally dragging on me sometimes when people start bringing it into being a personal thing, and the thing is, there's some of us that these people and Saggy, you and I were talking about on the phone tonight, and I told you, I said there are just some people out there that they see certain people, me, Dave, the film junkie. Now they see William in that way because William has a strong voice in the community. William is on here, he's got Sci-Fi Center, he's that, and so there are people who want to come at William too now, because he's part of what we're doing here. Chris Wong Swenson, they don't like him for whatever he does, and it's just funny to me because these are all the people who except for William, but William has contacts with WB. That's the thing is people overlook that too. Like, it's silly. William does things with Warner Brothers all the time, promotional things all the time, And so William does have a connection there. And what I find really interesting is that these people try to paint this narrative of like, don't listen to Poindexter Lounge, don't listen to Dave the Film Junkie, don't listen to William, don't listen to people who've actually had, even over the Ezra Miller stuff, they've gone after me and Saggy. Don't listen to them about it because, he's a horrible person, he's, doing this, he's doing that, whatever. Saggy has had conversations with people. I've had conversations with people. We were close to the situation. There were things about it. People just, there are some people who just, they're the type of personalities that get people's attention, and if they don't like what you're saying, they're going to come after you for it. And it's it's unfortunate. Yes, Darth Scipio, this is very interesting though, that
Ooh, wow. Apparently I was told that I made the right decision to go see Pooh, Blood and Honey, and this is by a Marvel nut. So I'm not. I asked him, hey, is Jonathan Majors great in it, and is Kang great in it? He said yes, and that was it. So now, I'm still gonna go see it.
Yeah. Now, Daniel, I agree with this. And Saggy and I don't think the Saggy thinks he's a washed up actor because of it, but Saggy had an issue with Wayne T. Carr using the hashtag. I told Saggy this, and I told others this. I don't have a problem with him using the hashtag. I don't have a problem with anyone just using the hashtag because I don't think that everybody's in the same place with it. I think that Wayne is the type of person, Wayne would just like to see it continued. Yeah, I mean, he's an actor, and yeah, that would be a job. But I think also Wayne has been treated very, very well by the fandom. And just like Ray Porter and others, like I think that you got people who are very appreciative of people, and they don't know all the drama that we know. They're not like on the front lines of that. They're back, up there, and they come down every once in a while, and they see people talking about stuff, and they get excited about it because they see that people are excited about it. I reached out to Wayne, and especially there was a picture that made it look like there was somebody impersonating Wayne on Skywalker's stream. And so I flat out asked Wayne, was that you? And he said no. And then later Andre asked him on Twitter, and he said no. So it's like I said to somebody, Wayne does not support toxicity at all. He doesn't support fans that act like that and try to stir up stuff and make problems and stuff. So I know the man's hard on that, and I would just say, that's not where he's at with with that. Real quick, $5 super chat from H Bart says Feige said Marvel does different things to stay going for 80 years. When is that going to happen? It's still the same.
I think they have a narrative problem at Marvel, and I've noticed in the last movie is because you're never going to have the build up and the ramp up of the 20 some odd movies that you had to that zenith that was the Infinity Saga. It's just the audience isn't there for that ride this time around, so they're trying to do different things, but at the same time, I think it's like the WWE. At one point, it was great and it was compelling. Now some of it is great and compelling, not all of it. And like tonight, it took 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Ant-Man 3, as it was, would have probably got a huge ass rating, and because it was in that hype machine. I just think right now it's just they've reached that top, and everybody wants that Infinity, that Infinity Saga thing, and they're just not building up in that same way anymore because you can't. I think that's a nuclear bomb that you use once.
Yeah. That dude Vince is oh, look at this. This is awesome. Hey guys, make sure to pick these up real quick if you can, because we've got some more gifted subs. So or gifted
cool.
Memberships. So we see here. That dude Vince sent this. So Eat My Tacos was gifted a membership. Nat Murphy was gifted a membership. Landon's watching. That's awesome. He was gifted a membership. What's up, Landon? You home? You went to go see the movie, Landon. Landon, if you're here, that was over an hour ago. Well, Landon, if you're still awake, come on down and tell me. what you thought of the movie real quick. The main man, I like that. The main man, that's awesome.
I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Was gifted a membership. Zeke was gifted a membership. Fourth 1000. Self-serious is mostly with DC. Oh, that's something else. And then Poindexter Lounge, 5 more gifted subs. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you guys for doing that. That's just really cool. I love our community. Listen, yes, that's a little sus. Land in there. That's a little sus for sure. Listen, they're all gone. Okay, thank you so much. I think that's just fantastic, and I appreciate you doing that for sure. We have a great community here, folks. We have a great community, and it's going to stay that way. And it doesn't matter what anybody else says, and you know, like whatever opinion somebody has, something that Enosh V says. It's not just about me. The Poindexter Lounge is about all of us together. H. Bart's here with the $5 super chat. Says, not being a hater, but I just want more adult MCU stories. Not all comics are kids' stories. And I agree with that, H. Bart's. I agree with that 100%. I think there needs to be that healthy balance, you know, because some things do need to be for kids. But I think also you got to remember, this is what I've been telling people about, like Superman and Batman even. Like, it can't just all be for kids. You know, there's an argument going on in Max's, or was going on in Max's private group about R-rated movies, that things don't have to be R-rated. And I said, well, some movies probably should be. And the argument is over Deadpool. Should Deadpool have to be R-rated? And Crazy Joe says no. No, it doesn't have to be R-rated. You know, whatever. And RJ even said, well, if the story's good, it could be rated G. No. Listen, yes, if a story's good, and I get it, but I don't know that I want to watch a G-rated, you know, Deadpool movie. And I'm not saying that every movie has to be R-rated and every movie has to be dark and hard and whatever.
It has to fit the character and what the character's narrative is.
Yeah, I just, you
know, our fits his.
Yeah, I just don't necessarily agree with that. But anyways, let's end the night. We're at 3 hours 57 minutes. Let's end the night with William telling us your thoughts on Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, because I want to see this movie. There's 3 movies this next coming week that I want to see. I want to see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I want to see Quantum Mania, and I gotta see Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear is at the top of my list. So tell us, buddy. What did you think?
I thought it was great, and it's not going to be for everyone because of the sheer fact that if you didn't grow up on slasher movies, if you didn't grow up on things like Trauma, you're going to think this movie is over the top, and that's fine. It's $100,000 movie. That's what they made it on. And if
seriously,
that may sound.
Does
like
it look anything like Terrifier?
Not in that vein, but in that you could tell that
does it look cheap like that?
Not necessarily. Yeah, in some ways, but the some ways that it looks cheap actually work for it though. Like the mask, you see, it's clearly wearing a rubber mask, but it just adds to the movie. If you went in there, you know, the first 30 seconds are hilarious because they tell you what happens to a certain character, and I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's like, oh wow, okay, that got dark real quick. You could see that it was a bunch of guys with $100,000 just having fun making a movie.
Good night, chicken. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's that spirit bleeds through in the movie. You are clearly watching something that somebody had a lot of fun making. There is some gratuitous stuff in there, but like I said, it goes back to the vein of the 80s stuff where that's the kind of movie that you would make, and you go burn through those kind of movies. I thought it was fun. Is it great? Oh no. And they let you know that they had no intentions on taking themselves seriously.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, H. Barts. Jeepers Creepers Reborn is disgusting throw up. Is what that is.
But yeah, it's you get the sense that they are not taking themselves seriously. They took their movie making seriously, but not to the point where they weren't making fun. They were making fun of every level of horror. I mean, the girl running from the assailant type of thing. There's a scene in a pool that is utterly ridiculous. And there's every scene where you're like, these people are so stupid, but they are basically tropes. So it was a lot of fun, a lot of killing, all 3Ds, death, dismemberment, and destruction. It's all there. Wood chippers are involved. Sledgehammers are heavily involved. A car is used as a killing weapon. It's sadistic. It's great.
Look, Fourth 1000. I liked Terrifier for what it was. I actually saw Terrifier with my family on Thanksgiving.
Oh.
That's when we watched Terrifier. Yeah.
Look, that movie needs to be washed out of my brain, especially 2. There's a scene in Terrifier 2 that I need to unthink. I wish I could go to a hypnotist and say, I need this scene from Terrifier 2.
That bad? We haven't seen it yet. Yes, Elizabeth Banks wants to make Cocaine Shark. They're making Cocaine Shark, as far as I've heard. That's
she was. We covered that last week. She wants to make an entire connected universe with animals on drugs.
Why not?
That's quoting her, by the way.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Coked Out Turtles.
But it was fun, man. Everybody that I went.
Teenage Mutant Coked Out Turtles. Teenage Mutant Coked Out Turtles. Sniffing in their half shell.
Oh, that'll catch on. But yeah, it was everybody in the theater that I went with had a lot of fun. We were laughing the whole time. I mean, there were things that I know we weren't supposed to be laughing at, but it was hilarious. So yeah, I'm trying to get these guys on for the show because they've agreed to an interview. It's just they're all over the world. Like right now, they're in Amsterdam.
The Trauma thing, huh?
Yeah, it's Trauma's in a couple weeks. Traumania is on March 31st and April 1st. But these guys are Jagged Edge Productions, and I'm trying to get both guys, the director and the producer, on Scott Jeffries, and hopefully we get them on Saturday night. But they're a 9-hour time or 8-hour time difference, and they're all over the place right now, doing the premiere. Like they were in Amsterdam when I tweeted to them, and I sent them a message because I gave them my review afterwards. But yeah, it's a fun movie. I've seen critics destroy it. It's got 28%. But if you're going to the movies like I did as a kid just to have fun with these things, you're going to have a lot of fun with it. It's utterly ridiculous. And the kill scenes are like completely like, did you seriously just do that type of thing?
Really?
I mean, yeah, and it's sadistic. Just imagine, like I said, what you know about Winnie the Pooh and Piglet just being turned on its ear. Everything that they were. This is the antithesis of it. And why they are like this one is the way it's hilarious. They're cannibals, so they're not just killing you; they're eating you with honey. With honey.
Saggy had to go. Saggy.
I loved it. I had fun.
Would a coked out dog be what? Hold on a second.
Now Cujo had rabies. Cocaine is going to do a lot. First of all, the cocaine is going to kill the bear, which it did in real life. But cocaine is going to have a different effect. It's going to have a more rapid effect. Rabies in Cujo, he was diseased. His brain was deteriorating from being rabid. Cocaine is just going to hype him up to the point where he can chase down ambulances.
But
yeah.
Justin's like, no, I don't agree with that. Okay,
dude, he asked me about it before. I'm like, it's not going to be for everybody. Some people are going to say it's absolute sacrilege and it's a horrible movie. Like I said, what I grew up on, the life I come from. Like I said, I was watching Trauma at 10, 11. I was watching Jason at 8 and 9, and I was watching the B movies that came after that. Because remember, there was a bunch of B movies that just came out just to make content.
Yeah,
and we just watched them all. And this is what that movie reminded me of. But I like the fact that they got it made. Dude, this is not, $100,000 is nothing to make this on. And you see where it went. And I just had fun. If you want to say it's horrible, but it's horrible in all the right ways, though.
I get that.
I did not come in going to see Silence of the Lambs. I wasn't going in there for Jonathan Demme or Francis Ford Coppola. I knew exactly what I was stepping into, and it exceeded my expectations. We were laughing the whole time at things that I felt horrible about laughing at. Oh, that girl just got her head crushed. It's funny. But they did it in a way that's like, you're going to laugh when you see it. You're either going to laugh and be happy, or you're just going to be like, I need to get up and leave. But I don't think there's any in between. I had fun.
Well, there you go. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it myself and reporting. And my kids. I know Landon's going to want to see it. So Landon and I will probably go see that one, and everybody wants to go see Cocaine Bear. Everybody's pretty excited.
We didn't get passes for that.
My whole family went and saw. Well, except for me and Tiffany, all the boys went to see Quantumania tonight, and I was going to go with them, but they were going to IMAX, and I was just like, eye in 3D, and I was just like, nope.
Nah, that hurts my head.
Ain't
And
doing
that movie's a
I
lot
know.
I hear to take in.
Yeah,
So, but
no,
tomorrow
I
night.
just wasn't gonna do it. So, anyways,
hold on, wait. Hey, come on, Justin. Yeah, come on. It was too serious. Okay, you took that movie seriously. It was there was no point that I ever took that movie
what do you mean
seriously.
too serious? What do you mean too serious?
I don't. I couldn't stop laughing, and like I said, there's certain things.
Can you
that
take that movie too serious?
Okay, Justin, proper. It's called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. The title alone ends any seriousness that you're supposed to take.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, no, like I said, I had fun with it. I got up, and like I said, I wish it was a wider release. We went through the Fandom events thing.
Here's the biggest question, William. Is there boobs?
Yes, and there's going to be, when I get the guys on the air, it's considered gratuitous nudity, but technically, it's not. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Is it on one of the characters?
Yeah. Technically, what happens is this character. Yeah, I know they meant it as gratuitous nudity, and the actress that did it, right? Because they interviewed her, she wanted it put into the movie. She asked the director to put it in the movie because remember the trailer with the girl sitting at the pool with the huge, enormous boobs? She didn't want to be outdone by her, so she wanted to outdo her by taking her top off. But when you watch the movie, technically,
is she Piglet?
No, it's a human. It's human boobs.
Oh.
Piglet is played by a guy with a warthog mask on, so yeah, it's.
Yeah.
But no, there's a lot of there's a lot of killing in this.
But is it an
like,
animal?
No, it's a human.
Oh.
The girl that dies is a human, and she shows human boobs.
Okay.
I'm hoping I'm making that clear, right?
No, you weren't at first. No.
Sorry. Okay, no humans, no bestiality things. It's just. But like I said, the first 30 seconds of it, you're going to be like, "Oh wow." That's after that, it's not serious. Okay. It's serious for 30 seconds. That's it.
And then it's just crazy.
I have to reach for Saggy. Yeah, and it's like batshit crazy, dude. It's 90 minutes of like, what the hell am I watching? And then, like I said, I was happy. I'm happy I picked it.
So let me guess. Kenny Loggins' song is not in this.
No.
Back
they were very careful.
The days of Christopher Robin.
They couldn't do a lot of stuff because a lot of stuff is still trademarked. Those versions of things that Pooh does, it would be trademarked by Disney still, but they had to do things in their own version of Winnie the Pooh. I mean, so they had to stick with the basic stuff. So it was closer to the actual book that was public domain, but no, like I said, it's Christopher Robin's. This is not a good movie for him. Not a good movie.
Okay. Well, hold on a second, because IGN.com says Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Their review says Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey wastes an immediate draw title on an underbaked, low-budget horror blunder that's rougher than sandpaper.
Yes, and that's great.
Outside of a few good kills, even horror fans just looking for mindless slaughter will probably be frustrated by Rise Frake Warfield's unimpressive and unamusing adaptation.
Okay, this horror fan, I agree with all of that, but this horror fan loved all of that, though. And the sandpaper, that's a good description.
It says a delightfully twisted elevator pitch grabbed so much attention, but it struggles to succeed at even the most basic movie-making elements. Oh, bother. Try, why bother?
It was fun. I mean, like I said, if you go in looking for something that this movie isn't, you will be disappointed. But for this horror, I'm a pure horror fan. I had a lot of fun with it, dude. And nothing he said is wrong, but everything he's saying, complained about it, was what I loved about it.
There you go. You go.
They'll get better. But 6-7 years from now, when they're getting bigger budgets, but right now, where they're at now, and you have to appreciate where these guys are at with their movie making and where they're at in their lives.
If they made this movie for $100,000, it's going to make. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very profitable.
It's already $1 million, so it's already made. So they made $1 million just in Mexico. They understand what their movie is, but the hardest thing to do when you're starting anything, whether it's a YouTube channel, whether it's a business, whether it's anything, is the first step. These guys have taken the first initial steps into doing this, and as they make more money, they'll get better, hire better writers and everything else. But even if they get better, I'm going to enjoy what they gave me now because it's always going to be cool. So, let's see. Yes, there's boobs, but I'm not straight. This movie. I love how everybody wants to use Pooh in the description of the movie. Justin, did you think the boobs were gratuitous? I thought there was a purpose to her top coming off without I don't want to ruin the movie. I don't know if you can ruin the movie for anybody, but I had fun with it.
Well, there you go. Yes, Justin Proper with the $5 super chat said, although I hated the movie, I support the idea, and the director seems like a cool dude. Yes, there's boobs, but I'm not straight. This movie was poo. Let's see. Oh, Damien. What's up, Damien? Damien popped in and says, hey, Lounge. Some reason I'm up. LOL. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Always good to see you in the lounge.
They're expecting honey and got blood and more blood. Yeah.
Pretty much that's how it happens. All right, guys. Well, hey, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the super chats, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm always blown away by the amount of
support. Todd Fair emptied the bank. It looks like I saw there, right? Twice.
Todd Fair, man. Yeah, with 2 $100 super chats. Unreal, man. Just very, very supportive. I greatly appreciate you guys for sure, and I'm very, very thankful. Very, very humbled. Thank you guys so much for your support of the lounge and of me and my family, and we love you so much. All right, and don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations and treat people with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you in the Poindexter Lounge. Thanks to Saggy, thanks to William. Go see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and tell us what you think. And then go see Quantum Mania. Tell us what you think. Is it as bad as everybody wants to make it out to be? Or of course, next week, of course, go see Cocaine Bear, and let's all have some fun. Let's all go out to the movies, man. Let's
fun. Remember the word, guys. Fun. We don't always have to. Fun.
And yes. Hey, Jared, we're gonna continue to be praying for your mom, man.
What happened?
Sure. His mom found out she had cancer today, so we actually prayed for her on the show. So.
I did see that. As a son of a cancer survivor, dude, I know where you're coming from. And I know what you're going through right now. You may not think it. I know you from this TV screen. Trust me, I know exactly what you're going through right now. So I'll just leave it there, and I wish you all the good fortune in the world. And as a son, you are the key to recovery. I can tell you that personally. You are the key you're as much a key to your mother's recovery and being around for the next 50, 60, 70 years as any chemo, any surgery, anything else. They got to be able to look at you and know that that's why I'm here, and you got to be able to reciprocate that. But so I wish you, like I said, I hope you end up where I'm in right now, where my mom is cancer-free, but we went through it. So I'm not listen, I'll admit, Enosh might strike me with lightning. I'm not a praying guy per se. I come from a religious family. I'm not a praying guy. I will pray for you, though. I will make that exception. So I'll leave it there, man. Good luck.
Thanks, man. Hey there. Daniel Martin comes in with a $5 super chat. Says, one for the road, Enosh. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Everybody here is just awesome, and I appreciate the lounge. And what you guys make the lounge, because we started the Poindexter Lounge, but you guys are the community for the lounge. Join our Discord. The link is down below in the description of this video. Maybe some of you don't usually do Discords. Our Discord is awesome. Just think of like a super, I was gonna say super chat, but it's like a super version of our chat where people talk about all kinds of different stuff. There's all kinds of different channels for you to peruse and talk about different things. If you got memes, you can drop memes in place. If you got artwork, you can drop artwork different places. If you want to talk about Star Trek or Star Wars or DC or Marvel or whatever, there's a place to do all of that on the Discord, and so we would love for you to take advantage of that. Hey, Justin Proper here says, 2 boobs, may they jiggle as we brush our teeth. By the way, what do you think of doing a Cocaine Bear review in front of the real Cocaine Bear? I think that's great. I heard that you were able to do that because of where you live, and I think that's fantastic.
Oh, because he's got the statue. Yeah, because they got him stuffed.
Yeah, that's a great idea, man. That's an awesome idea, and you need to run with that, bro.
Dude, put like lips on him so he can talk and answer questions.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I would say, do it on your channel, but if for some reason you don't want to, you want to do it here, I'd be down to. We could promote the heck out of that. But yeah, that's cool. That's very, very cool.
That scared the hell out of me, man. I did not see that coming.
That scared you?
Yeah, because you just came out of nowhere. Like, you're ending the show and you're still hitting me with drops. It's kind of messed up, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like it's a massive thing, and so I want to see his thing.
I troll that guy every time he's on there.
I don't like the fact I gotta find a setting to see like why these things fade out now instead of just
there's a lot of stuff about StreamYards that they've changed. I think they're making it better. Like I said, that simple function of being able to share it immediately, that rhythm I built up has messed me up, and I'm talking like so you guys see what I'm talking about here, and it's not because I haven't added it to the stream, and I got people talking, it's not in the stream. So,
but hey, we've got cocaine bears, cocaine sharks, and cocaine whatever this thing.
School's name was.
Where is it? Where is the cocaine? I'm in a coke field rage.
It's such a.
Whoops. Drugs.
It's on
Tastes like sugar. Yum. Stripper. There you go. There you go. All right, folks. It was good to have you here tonight. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for everything. And with that, we have hit the 4-hour, 16-minute mark with 50 people here. Make sure to please hit that like button on your way out. If everybody hit that like button, that'd be 50 likes. I don't know how many likes are we at right now. I don't usually look at that stuff, but it does help. It does help the channel. It really does help the channel.
57.
We're at 57 likes right now. So make sure that you hit a couple likes before you leave if you haven't done already. Also, if you haven't done so already, please hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to the channel. Tell somebody about the Poindexter Lounge. If you're on a chat or in a chat room or a Discord or whatever, tell people about the Poindexter Lounge. It's just a cool place for us to get together and and talk and do stuff. That would really help me, and so I'd appreciate it. All right. Until next time, I'm Enosh. That's William, and yeah. I still want the Snyderverse to continue, but we'll see what happens. All right. Till next time. Bye-bye.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.